The Democrats shut down the government, and they think they're hurting President Trump. In fact, the Schumer shutdown is hurting people all across America. Across this country, Americans are feeling the pain. There's headlines that tell the story, and I have a few here, Mr. President. One in New York says, quote, "Government shutdowns threatens food access for Long Island's most vulnerable." Another in Nevada says, quote, "Government shutdown threatens food stamps, jobs, national security." In New Jersey, one reads, "Hospital at home, telehealth programs are on hold amid government shutdown." And in New Hampshire, quote, "At least 1,800 New Hampshire federal workers to be furloughed or fired during shutdown." They're not statistics. These are families, these are our troops, these are seniors, these are veterans, these are mothers with young children, working families, patients, all across the country. And the stresses upon American families are mounting during the end result of the Schumer shutdown. Paychecks for our service members, well, they run out in days. Reports already show there are signs of financial distress. Every day this shutdown continues, the damage drags on. Financial stress will lead to financial crises for many families. Temporary hardships will lead to lasting harm. The American people don't want it, they can't afford it, they want it to end. Democrats have now voted 5 specific times to keep the government closed. And all you need to do is read their ransom note. Democrats demanding taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants. And who do they want to hurt in the process? They want to cut the funding for rural hospitals in my state and yours. That's how they want to pay for the health care for illegal immigrants. That's their price to reopen the government, to get back to the normal workings of Washington and our government. And as a result, the Democrats are holding the American people hostage. There's a simple solution to the shutdown. The House passed a clean continuing resolution, current spending levels, bipartisan support to fund the government through November 21st. Why November 21st? Well, I just heard the minority leader say that there's been no discussions between Republicans or Democrats on the continuing resolutions. Well, in fact, there has been, and it's the deadline date of November 21st. Because the chair and the ranking member of the Senate Appropriations Committee and the House Appropriations Committee all said they needed 7 weeks to finish the bipartisan work on the appropriations bills. So yeah, Senator Collins, Senator Murray, they worked together on the clean continuing resolution. It's interesting because what we see are the Democrats fearing the wrath of their far left wing of their party. That's why they're not voting to open the government. The clock continues to tick. Every day Democrats hold out is another day wasted. Another day we ought to be making sure that the government is open. I hear that the Democrats say they want to negotiate. Well, open the government, we're ready to negotiate. Every day Democrats choose to keep the government closed is another day spent ignoring and rejecting the priorities of the American people. If Democrats actually want to negotiate, they would reopen the government today. It is that simple. So today, Mr. President, we're going to vote for the 6th time on a clean continuing resolution, something Democrats approved 13 times when Joe Biden was president. Senate Democrats have a choice. Vote yes to end the Schumer shutdown, or vote no and tell the American people why their pain and their opinion just doesn't matter to the Democrats. Let me end where I begin. 7 in 10 Americans oppose this shutdown. Americans overwhelmingly say Democrats should accept the clean continuing resolution that we are voting on here today. American people have spoken. They want their government open, and they want it open now. It's time that the Democrats listened to them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
day of this government shutdown, and once again, our Democrat colleagues are going to have the opportunity to vote for a clean, nonpartisan, continuing resolution that would open the government and allow us to continue working on the appropriations process. Just to kind of give a little perspective on that, here are the statistics showing all of the Biden-era clean CRs that were passed. 13 of them. 13 of them during the Biden administration, and 96% of the Democrats voted for them. Now they can't vote for a clean resolution. How do you explain that? Unfortunately, Democrat leadership is demanding more than $1 trillion in new spending just to keep the government open. So instead of voting for this clean CR, they want more than $1 trillion in new spending in a CR that, the CR has no Republican priorities in it. It's just a clean CR. So how is it we're supposed to put trillions of dollars of Democrat priorities in a CR that goes till November 21? That's what Leader Schumer has said. And that's exactly why this is the Schumer shutdown. They've taken our government hostage with a list of demands that's really quite astonishing. They want funding for health care for illegal immigrants. They want more subsidies for pandemic-era health insurance, all while actually repealing a $50 billion health care fund for rural hospitals that was put in the One Big Beautiful Bill. How does that make sense? In the meantime, vital programs that support hardworking American families have either been shuttered or are very nearly out of money. Let's end this Schumer shutdown and pass a clean short-term CR, the same kind of clean CR, mind you, that, as I said, 96% of Democrats voted for to support 13 times during the Biden administration, and that's what this shows. Let's pass this clean CR and get back to work and move our appropriations bills through regular order. That's how we're supposed to do it, through regular order. Already, we've made progress in this Congress doing just that. The Appropriations Committee has passed 8 of the 12 appropriations bills on a bipartisan basis. Matter of fact, we just approved, not too long ago, 3 of them. One of them was my ag appropriations bill by big bipartisan majorities here on the floor in the Senate. Compare that to last Congress when Leader Schumer refused to allow us to bring any of the appropriation bills to the floor. In fact, nearly a month ago now, the House requested a formal conference on the 3 bills that I just referenced that we have passed across the floor with large bipartisan majorities. And we are ready to go to conference with them and finish our work on those appropriations bills through regular order, as I just said. And our majority leader has said very clearly that he is ready to bring defense appropriations and the labor health bill, which would actually get us up north of 75, maybe even 80% of the appropriation process finished. And he's ready to bring those 2 bills to the floor as soon as we're open and operating. Mr. President, we need to reopen the government to return to our bipartisan appropriations work and get back to conducting the business of the American people. Another good example is the work we're doing for our ag producers, and I know, Mr. President, you know about that very well. Every American depends every single day on the high-quality, low-cost food supply that our farmers and ranchers provide. At the same time, our farmers and ranchers depend on access to markets to ensure that they get good prices for the high-quality crops that they produce. This is particularly true, for example, for soybean farmers in my state of North Dakota, where we export nearly 90% of what we grow, a lot of that going to markets like China. With harvest season underway, the Trump administration continues to fight for better markets for our farmers and ranchers, but in the meantime, our producers need a bridge to stronger markets and the updated farm safety net, which we included as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Due to China's efforts to reduce commodity prices and push up the cost of production, our farmers are having a hard time right now, as you well know. As the administration works to secure better trade deals with our nation, it's critical that we don't allow China to use our farmers as a pressure point in those negotiations. That's why I've been working, along with others, with this administration on emergency assistance to bridge that gap while we seek better trade agreements and more export sales for our farmers. Along with Senate Ag Committee Chairman, Senator Bozeman, we've done a lot of work and we're ready to go when the President and the Secretary decide it's time to move forward with a plan that will help bridge that gap and keep our producers afloat. Doing so will give the administration trade team needed leverage in these negotiations with China. U.S. producers deserve to be treated fairly in the global marketplace, not to be used as a tool by China in their negotiations on fair trade, which we demand. The administration's efforts are all about securing better trade terms that not only reduce foreign tariffs, but eliminate the non-tariff trade barriers that other countries use to lock out American farmers and ranchers. And by acting now and providing assistance to our producers during these negotiations, we will send a very strong signal to China that their tactics will not work. That's how we secure better market access for our producers for the long term. And that is exactly what President Trump did in his first term in the negotiations with China. And we worked with him on the market facilitation program to keep our farmers in the game. And the result was that President Trump secured a $50 billion agreement from China to purchase our ag commodities. And that's what we're working to do again. So let's get this government back open so we can continue that hard work. And you know, Mr. President, that's just one example of the work that needs to get done for the American people. So, again, we're going to have a vote here in a little bit. And once again, I ask that our Democrat colleagues join with us and vote to get this government open. It is a clean, short-term resolution so that we can do the work of the American people. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are 3 days into a government shutdown, and we are in the middle of a healthcare crisis entirely of Republicans' making. And a new poll shows nearly 80% of Americans, that is 4 in 5, want Republicans to work with us to stop their premiums from doubling. So what is the holdup? After all, as we speak, health plans are in the middle of locking in massive rate increases, and those notices will be in the mail any day now. These are two serious issues facing our country, and yet Trump and Republican leaders are refusing to take any of them seriously. On health care, they've decided to shut down the government rather than work with us. And they've decided they would rather make up lies about illegal immigrant than talk about the actual issue at stake. The reality that Republicans are letting premiums more than double. Newsflash, Republican areas are actually going to face some of the biggest price jumps if they refuse to save health care. Small businesses are going to take a hit, not to mention farmers. 1/4 of our farmers are covered on the ACA exchanges, so this healthcare crisis is a big concern for them. Millions of families across the country are about to see their monthly healthcare costs jump by hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. And the Republicans' plan here seems to be, I hope no one notices. That is out of touch. Maybe a couple $1,000s here and there seems like no big deal when you take your marching orders from billionaires like Donald Trump. But if Republicans talk to everyday families and fewer rich billionaires, they would understand the healthcare crisis Republicans are ignoring is going to devastate folks back home. Millions of people are going to be priced out of their insurance. They will skip their basic health care. They will skimp on their medication. They will miss out on life-saving treatments. It is no exaggeration to say people will die. There is no avoiding that reality, though Republicans seem determined to try. And on the shutdown, Trump and Republican leadership are not taking this seriously. President Trump has made clear he doesn't see this shutdown as a problem to solve. He sees a shutdown as an opportunity to hurt people. He sees a shutdown as an opening to make good on even more of the awful promises of Project 2025. Trump sees a shutdown as an excuse to harm whoever he wants and do whatever he wants, even and maybe especially if it hurts folks back home. The Trump administration actually isn't even trying to hide that fact. They're targeting their cuts at blue states, they're talking about canceling Democratic priorities, and they are threatening our constituents if we do not bend the knee. No one can believe President Trump is serious about ending this shutdown when he is more focused on tweeting out fake sombrero pictures and showing Russ Vought as the Grim Reaper than he is on working on a deal. No one can believe President Trump seriously cares whether he is hurting everyday Americans when the only thing he is focused on is taking the opportunity to punish the American people with cruel cuts and cruel firings, which don't just hurt Democrats, they hurt his own voters as well. And I should mention, no one can believe Republican leadership is serious about ending the shutdown either when Senate Republicans are holding the same vote over and over while refusing to start serious negotiations. And by the way, House Republicans are not even here in town. And instead of talking about addressing health care, they're saying just wait or later. Democrats have been waiting. We've been trying to save the health care tax credits for months. We cannot wait any longer. Later is too late. The irony of Republicans telling us to wait on health care is as rich as the people they shoveled tax breaks on earlier this year. Because let's not forget, earlier this year, Republicans chose to spend a lot of time here and a lot of effort extending the tax cuts for wealthy CEOs. Those tax cuts were set to expire at the end of this year, just like the ACA tax credits we are talking about now. What did Republicans do? Did they tell the billionaires to wait? No. Republicans moved heaven and earth to save the tax cuts for those billionaires. But now they won't move a muscle to save families from skyrocketing health care costs. Republican leaders can't be bothered. When billionaires have a tax cut expiring at the end of the year, it is all hands on deck for Republican leadership, even if it means throwing working families overboard with $1 trillion in health cuts families will need to cover out of their own pocket or go without coverage. But when health care is on the brink, when health premiums are being locked in right now, and when they are going to double for our families, Republicans are nowhere to be found. And I mean that literally. House Republicans have not been here all week. They are missing in action. They should be rushing back to work on a solution. But Republican leaders seem to be moving in the opposite direction, forcing a vote on the same failed partisan bill for the fourth time. Mr. President, we're at the table. We want to be here. We want to find a solution. We want to reopen the government. We want to prevent families' costs from skyrocketing. I hope Republicans decide that they're ready to join us. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Many times to me in my public career, and certainly in my home state. In 1969, 56 years ago, former Chicago Mayor Richard J. Daley proposed extending the red line of the Chicago Transit Authority. And yet still to this day, residents of the far south side of Chicago don't have that transit option, at least not as they should. And transportation can make or break not only employment, but attending school, even making it to a doctor's appointment. For decades, residents of the far south side view this extension as just politicians talking. That changed this past January when the Federal Transit Administration officially obligated $1.9 billion in federal funding for this crucial extension. After waiting over 50 years, it was finally going to be a reality. This project will expand transit access to 100,000 people. It will be an economic boost for the city and create tens of thousands of jobs for working families. However, guess what? Today, a news flash from the Trump administration. We received news that the OMB director, Russell Vought, and the U.S. Department of Transportation have decided to illegally freeze $2 billion in grants for Chicago, including the obligated grant for the extension, and risk decades of worth of effort. This is in addition to the $7.5 billion in Department of Energy grants Director Vought canceled yesterday, including 33 projects totaling almost $700 million in Illinois. So why would this administration decide to target thousands of working families when it comes to their electric bills and when it comes to transportation? Because President Donald Trump wants to punish states like Illinois and the people who live there because they didn't vote for him in the last election. This is petty, it's unfair, it's wrong. These vindictive actions will cost Illinoisans jobs. Many of them will lose their employment, and it's going to raise the cost of electricity across the country. Freezing funds for these projects is a blatant abuse of power by a president and an administration that would rather settle petty personal scores than actually help people. OMB should immediately release any freeze on these funds, and I'll do everything I can with Senator Duckworth to hold this administration accountable for its decisions, which continue to hurt working families. Mr. President, on a separate subject, the upcoming vote on more than 100 nominees is actually what I feared would happen when Senate Republicans violated Senate rules to fast-track nominees. This has opened the door to rushing through more extreme nominees who have one qualification for office. They are blindly loyal to President Trump. That extends to a man named Stanley Woodward, the nominee to be the number 3 official at the Department of Justice. Let me make this clear. Mr. Woodward is not even close to qualified. He has never worked at the Justice Department before this administration. What he has done is show his loyalty to Donald Trump by representing Trump associates for their roles in thwarting investigations into the president. As Associate Attorney General, Mr. Woodward would oversee some of DOJ's most critical programs, including the Office of Justice Programs and the Civil Rights Division. As a senior advisor to Attorney General Bondi, Mr. Woodward has already been involved in gutting these offices. The Trump administration has terminated hundreds of millions of dollars in grants administered by the Office of Justice Programs that support state and local law enforcement. The Trump administration also has gutted Civil Rights Division, which is known for years as the crown jewel of the Justice Department. About 70% of the division's attorneys have been forced out, 70%, and many remaining staff have been diverted away from crucial efforts to protect the civil rights of all Americans so long as they sign up for the mass deportation program of the president. Mr. Woodward also overruled antitrust officials to personally negotiate a settlement with lobbyists in DOJ's challenge to Hewlett-Packard's $14 billion acquisition of Juniper Networks. The acquisition resulted in 2 firms controlling more than 70% of the wireless network market, a market duopoly. Trump administration political appointees in the antitrust division who objected to this settlement, what happened to them? They were forced out of office. One of them said the settlement, quote, corrupt lobbyists with no relevant expertise are perverting actual law enforcement through money, power, relationships, and influence. Stanley Woodward perverted justice and acted inconsistent with the rule of law in this deal. I asked Attorney General Bondi about Mr. Woodward's involvement in this scandal. Crickets, no response, nothing to say. It is wrong to fast-track unqualified and unfit nominees whose only goal is to advance a political agenda at the expense of the American people. Previous Associate Attorney General nominees have received roll call votes on the floor of the Senate and the committee, of course. Take President Biden's nominee for this position, Vanita Gupta. In 2021, Republicans tried to filibuster her nomination in committee and then tried to shut down the committee business before we voted. On the floor, Republicans forced extra procedural votes to slow down her confirmation. Despite my frustration at the time with Republican colleagues for obstructing a highly qualified and experienced nominee to serve as Associate Attorney General, I never sought to short-circuit the constitutional responsibility of members of the Senate of advice and consent. Now, when the shoe is on the other foot, Republicans are intent on taking away yet another core duty of the Senate in deference to President Trump. I hope they remember this moment when they resume their minority positions in the future. I urge my colleagues to vote no on these nominations, and I yield the floor.
Of the Trump shutdown, and the government remains closed because Donald Trump and Republicans insist on raising Americans' health care premiums and kicking millions off their insurance. Sending premiums skyrocketing, as Republicans insist, is fundamentally unsustainable. The American people overwhelmingly support affordable health care. 70% of Americans support extending the ACA premium tax credit, according to a poll released yesterday by the Washington Post. And another poll by KFF yesterday found that nearly 80% support an extension. Guess what? Even a majority of Trump supporters support an extension. Even a majority of Trump supporters, by nearly 60%, support an extension. You don't need the polls. Just go into a barbershop. Just go into a diner. Just go into a supermarket and ask people. People are learning about this issue, and they're aghast that their premiums could go up so much. They're aghast that our Republican colleagues don't even want to fix it when it affects so many tens of millions of people, and the amount that it goes up is so high, so high. It's not difficult. We know Americans want this. And we know many of my Republican colleagues want this as well. But failure to act would be devastating. And Republicans know it. Even Donald Trump knows it. He talked about it a little bit with us in the White House when we went a few days back. If we don't act now, then at least 22 million people will see their health care premiums double on average. But for many people, it's even worse than that. If these ACA premium tax credits aren't extended, the average 55-year-old couple making $85,000 a year would see their premiums not just double, but triple. $25,000 a year. How is a senior citizen, even one that has a little bit of savings and a little bit of a cushion, afford $25,000 a year? So that is all Democrats want to fix. We are on the side of the people. The people know it and want it and need it. It's not complicated. Americans want it. Republican voters want it. Democrats remain ready and willing to work with the other side. We're ready to work on a path forward to lower health care costs for the American people and fund the federal government. I yield the floor.
resolution to keep the government open. The shutdown could have been avoided well before it began. But because Democrats have not budged from their partisan demands, the shutdown is now entering its third day. Now, Mr. President, there's a lot that we could be doing right now. We could be considering bipartisan appropriations bills through regular order, going to conference on the 3 appropriations bills we passed in August, or passing the bipartisan annual defense bill. But instead, we're stuck in a shutdown mess of Democrats' making. And the American people are suffering as a result. Mr. President, Republicans remain united around a clean, nonpartisan funding extension. It's passed the House of Representatives, and it's currently sitting right here in the Senate, ready to be voted on. It has no new Republican policies, no partisan policy riders. It's straightforward, simple, and clean. All it does is reopen the government through November the 21st to give us more time to pass appropriations bills here on the floor. We have a number of bipartisan bills waiting for floor consideration right now. The only thing standing in the way of reopening the government and getting back to doing the important work is Democrats' $1.5 trillion in partisan spending demands. That's right, $1.5 trillion. Their partisan proposal demands more money, think about this, more money than our entire defense budget just to keep the government open for 4 weeks. That's not a credible proposal. It's a far-left wish list. And it's not how we're going to do things around here. Mr. President, we can end this shutdown in just a few hours. We need to take one roll call vote, just one roll call vote on the House-passed clean continuing resolution. The President of the United States says that he's ready to sign it. We just need a handful of Democrats to agree. Now, once we get the government back open, then we can talk about the issues that Democrats are raising. But we can't do that while they're holding the federal government hostage to their partisan demands. Mr. President, whatever Democrats are saying publicly, I think privately they are all well aware of the problems with their current position. The senior senator from Massachusetts has said, and I quote, "Hostage tactics are the last resort for those who can't win their fights through elections, can't win their fights in Congress, can't win their fights for the presidency, and can't win their fights in the courts," end quote. The Democrat leader called shutdowns, and I quote, "a politics of idiocy, of confrontation, of paralysis," end quote. Mr. President, this shutdown needs to end sooner rather than later. And there's only one way out of it. Democrats need to vote for the clean, nonpartisan, continuing resolution sitting right there. All it takes is one roll call vote. The government's back open. And Mr. President, we need to get this government back open, which we can do very, very quickly. And then we can talk about whatever we need to talk about. Just a few years ago, the Democrat leader had this to say, and I quote again, "We're allowed to come here and disagree over policy. In fact, our system of government was designed to allow for progress, despite our large and sometimes raucous differences. But when one side throws a temper tantrum and uses the basic functioning of our government as leverage in a policy argument, our system of government breaks down," end quote. Well, Mr. President, let's hope the Democrat leader decides to heed his own words and the Democrats' temper tantrum ends sooner rather than later. Mr. President, later today, a couple hours, Democrats will have another opportunity to vote for the clean continuing resolution. And we'll see if they're still committed to their shutdown politics. Republicans remain ready to reopen the government and to get back to doing the American people's business. How much longer this shutdown lasts depends entirely on Democrats. The choice is theirs. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Open up, and we in Congress would find a solution to keep government open. That'll help the 750,000 executive branch employees that are on furlough without pay. That'll help the congressional staff that's working without pay. Help the economy. It's something we should be doing. You've heard me say several times of how ridiculous it is to shut the government down because it costs money to shut the government down, costs money to open the government up. Government's supposed to be a service to the American people, and you can't serve the American people if government is not functioning properly. So again, for the third time this week, I want to talk about the agricultural situation. This week, I've been talking much about the dire situation in real America, where corn farmers are facing the worst corn to fertilizer ratios in American history. Now, you may not have heard about those ratios. Probably that's something that's been developed within the last 2 decades, but it puts the input cost of farmers to grow a crop against the price that they receive for that crop. And it's the worst ever. And I mentioned the real America because we that are serving here in Washington, D.C. work in an island surrounded by reality. And I want to make sure that the entire country knows what's going on in flyover country. Last Congress, that'd be in December last year, passed a $10 billion in ad hoc appropriations for crop farmers to weather the economic storm. While this helped some farmers get through one more year, the economic situation on the family farm has only gotten worse. Any farmer will tell you that they want to sell into the market and not harvest government checks. Although those checks may be necessary again this year, we need to address the root cause of this issue by giving farmers more markets. So one very important decision that Congress can make is to have permanent year-round nationwide E15, and that would do just that, giving farmers more markets, particularly for corn. Now, people would say, well, you better wake up because you've had nationwide year-round markets for 6 years through presidential waiver. But we need to have this by legislation because we need more certainty than what an individual president might think about this issue. And you need that certainty because it's going to take a lot of investment of infrastructure at retailers selling gasoline to invest in the equipment that it takes to have E15 nationwide. Some retailers are already doing that, but not enough to have all the sales from E15 that we could have. Now, according to research, E15 would add $25.8 billion to the U.S. economy, and $13.8 billion would be from corn demand. Of course, ethanol production helps keep good jobs in rural communities. 43,000 jobs in Iowa alone. Not only would it create markets for farmers, but Congress could pass year-round E15 and actually save $3 to $4 billion for the American taxpayer. This is a win-win for the real America,
and it'd be a real win for where we work here in Washington, D.C., that island surrounded by reality. Any legislation with ad hoc payments to farmers should include allowing year-round nationwide E15. Bring certainty to the market, get that investment in infrastructure that's so very, very important to get the most massive benefits out of E15 year-round. These ad hoc payments are nothing but a Band-Aid. We've got to stop what's causing the bleeding. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Cybersecurity protections that have safeguarded our economy, our infrastructure, and our government for over a decade have now expired. For the past 10 years, these safeguards defended against increasingly aggressive and sophisticated cybersecurity attacks. Without them, there is no question our nation is at greater risk of a major cybersecurity breach than ever before. Mr. President, we didn't have to reach this point. Back in April, Senator Rounds and I introduced a clean, bipartisan 10-year extension of these critical, absolutely critical security authorities. The Trump administration fully supports this effort. They fully support a 10-year extension. Businesses and stakeholders across industries who count on this law want to see a clean 10-year extension. Over the past few months, we have heard from more than 100 of them, urging us to pass legislation that will give them the long-term certainty of these protections. And that's a key point, long-term certainty for these protections so that they can defend their systems and protect their customers. Every single day we delay reauthorizing this law, we leave our hospitals, our power grids, our financial systems, and more increasingly vulnerable to cyber attacks. We must pass this legislation without delay to restore these vital defenses and protect our nation. So I urge my colleagues to immediately address this serious national security risk and pass this clean, long-term extension today. Mr. President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-1377 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Kentucky.
It's good to see that fake outrage is alive and well in the Senate. We've got Democrats coming to the floor worried about the government being shut down, although they're the ones that have shut the government down. Ironically, every Democrat in this body voted for the exact same spending levels that are in this continuing resolution. Last December, these Biden spending levels were put forward by Democrats. Now you have every Democrat that voted for the spending levels now voting against without any rhyme or reason or explanation. So really, to come to the floor and complain about the government shutting down a program when the senator has every ability to vote in a few minutes to open the government back up is quite fake outrage. I object.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President. Let's be really clear. This has absolutely nothing to do with annual appropriations whatsoever. Doesn't have to do with the shutdown. This is a law that expired at the end of the fiscal year to protect our cybersecurity across the country. It's about restoring a law that's been in place for 10 years. It's not about the appropriations process. This is simply about national security. So to use that as an excuse and to put our country at risk is simply unconscionable, given the broad, bipartisan, bicameral support you have in the Senate and in the House, and including the strong support from the Trump administration. This is simply irresponsible, and I think you'll find it's basically one person standing in the way of providing critical protection for cybersecurity for the entire country. That's not the way this process is supposed to work, and I hope folks would come to their senses and we can provide this essential protection before it's too late.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, Donald Trump is sending $20 billion not to Americans, to Argentina. Donald Trump is sending $20 billion to Argentina to bail out their economy, and he wants to spend $50 billion to clean up the mess that he made by starting a trade war that crushed American soybean producers. And let's be clear about what happened. It's not that that market is temporarily suspended. That market, in some cases, is gone. And during this period of time of $20 billion for the country of Argentina and $50 billion for a tariff bailout, Americans are paying more for absolutely everything. Healthcare premiums for tens of millions of people are going to go up by a lot. Not 10%, not 20%, not 50%, 114%. 24 million Americans, 114%. Now, the bailout for Argentina is particularly absurd. Argentina is not a key security or economic partner. It is an economy that is in such dire shape that there's no guarantee that we will ever get our money back. It is a terrible investment any way you look at it, under any circumstances, but certainly in the context of Americans seeing their healthcare premiums increase by 114% right now. You then have a separate bailout for American soybean producers totaling close to $50 billion. And why? Because of the tariffs. Because in one fell swoop, they wiped out half of the export market for American soybeans in China. And there's no way you can plug that gap. You can't come up with, like, I don't know what it would be, 112 individual deals to kind of add up to the market buying power of the PRC. When you lose a buyer that also happens to be the biggest country of the world, you don't have a lot of options. At best, it's going to take you months or years to cut dozens of smaller deals, and it's not going to add up. So just to recap, Trump is at the exact same time incinerating $70 billion of taxpayer money, but what's the one thing that there's not enough money for? You. There's not enough money for you. There's enough money for a $50 billion tariff bailout. There's enough money for Argentina, but there's not enough money for you. They don't have enough money to help a family of four that's going to have to pay $300 more per month to keep their health care plan. They have the money to cover for Trump's economic incompetence, but apparently they don't have the money to prevent a small business owner or a taxi driver or an early retiree from losing their health care. This is not complicated at all. Donald Trump's economy is already hard as it is because of his choices to create shortages of electricity, of lumber, of food, of health care. Electricity prices are going up at twice the rate of inflation. Vegetables are up nearly 40%. Grocery prices are at their highest in 3 years, and now people are supposed to find hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to spare every single month or give up their health care coverage and hope they don't get sick. We could end this shutdown right now if Republicans sat down and worked with us to protect people's health care. By the way, the people who are being particularly hurt by these health care premium increases live in Republican states. Now, that shouldn't matter, but we are in politics. And just understand, we're standing here fighting for your constituents. If we were a little more cynical, we would let you stew in the most unpopular major legislation that has been passed in generations. But we want to solve this problem for not just the 24 million people on the so-called exchange, but for everybody who's about to see their premiums spike. Let's sit down and fix this. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Mr. President, my position on government shutdowns is pretty well known. There's absolutely nothing to gain in taking basic government functions hostage for 11th hour partisan demands. And I hope our Democratic colleagues will relearn that lesson in short order. Because the American people have plenty to lose from freezing important functions of the federal government. Here in the Senate, Democrats shut down as taking time we ought to be spending on important outstanding business, beginning with our obligation to provide for the common defense. In particular, our work to deliver full-year defense appropriations is not finished. So I'd like to talk briefly about what must come next after interim government funding is extended and what's at stake for our national security. The U.S. military is not immune from the disruptive short-term consequences of a government shutdown. But the long-term consequences of going without robust full-year defense appropriations are far, far graver. I offered this warning in the spring when, for the first time, Washington told America's men and women in uniform to conduct today's operations and prepare for tomorrow's threats using yesterday's dollars. We put the national defense on a full-year continuing resolution and forced the military services to function for another year on the anemic defense budget signed into law by President Biden. A full-year CR is the enemy of readiness, modernization, and efficiency. The armed services want to make their budgets simpler, more efficient, and more flexible by consolidating budget lines. But they can't do that under a full-year CR. Punting new appropriations directly contradicts the Pentagon's stated goal of building a resilient, surge-ready munitions enterprise. The prohibitions on new program starts under a CR effectively put high priority on service modernization efforts literally on ice. The administration says it wants flexible and efficient investments. Well, Mr. President, there's nothing flexible, efficient, resilient, or lethal about running the national defense enterprise on a full-year CR. Nor will a CR send the consistent signal industry and investors need to pour private capital into the long overdue expansion of our defense industrial base. If you want to increase our nation's capacity to produce munitions more quickly and in larger volumes, full-year CRs just might be the worst way to go about it. I don't mean to sound overly alarmed. God willing, the House-passed short-term funding extension will give Congress enough time to deliver full-year appropriations and release our military from the constraints of the Biden fiscal year 24 budget. But I want our colleagues to understand what's at stake this fall. The President has set some ambitious, important, and overdue priorities for America's national security. And none of them come cheap. Golden Dome for America, an America shipbuilding renaissance, sixth-generation stealth fighter aircraft, the long overdue modernization of our nuclear force. Reconciliation isn't enough to support these major efforts, and neither is a perpetual freeze at the Biden fiscal 24 level. Reviving the warrior ethos, rebuilding the military, reestablishing deterrence, these are priorities we hear about all the time from the President's advisors. I certainly have no problem with rowing in that direction. I'm all for high standards of physical fitness, but push-ups alone aren't going to stop Chinese hypersonic missiles. The next major conflict will likely be a test of lethality at very long distances. That's why I've spent years urging successive administrations to rebuild our global power projection and long-range fires. It's why I criticize the Biden administration for talking about China as the pacing threat, but turning in defense budget requests that didn't even keep pace with inflation. The administration cannot afford to make this same mistake. So this week, I was encouraged to hear Secretary Hegseth proclaim a Trump buildup in the mold of the Reagan buildup that helped end the Cold War. For the record, my fellow defense appropriators and I have been ready to deliver such a buildup since day one. And our bipartisan bill speaks for itself, putting money where our mouth is. But here's the rub. We can only make it happen if the administration moves from words to action. And an important step in that process is the National Defense Strategy. Historically, the National Defense Strategy is what administrations use to define threats, identify objectives, and propose coherent plans for aligning resources to actually meet them. But this time around, the stakes are a lot higher. A short-sighted NDS that doesn't align with the President's vision of American greatness and peace through strength could wind up as the pretext to extend Biden-era constraints on our military indefinitely. Unfortunately, early reports suggest that this risk may be real and that the NDS may turn out eerily similar to the rhetoric of Obama-era officials who viewed their remit as managing America's decline amid a transition to a multipolar world. If the NDS ignores the importance of maintaining American primacy, fails to account for the global nature of competition with China, or discounts the value of supporting and integrating allies and partners, it would risk further sabotaging the President's efforts to restore peace through strength. So I'll be interested to read how the Department is applying the lessons and dividends of security cooperation with allies and partners to looming challenges, how it plans to address critical munitions shortages, even as its fiscal 26 request and reconciliation investment fails to maximize existing production capacity, and how it accounts for the increased likelihood of simultaneous conflict in multiple theaters. If the administration means what it says about restoring deterrence, it would recognize how plans to reduce security cooperation with frontline NATO allies invite more brazen Russian incursions into the alliance's territory and airspace. It would recognize how China is watching closely for signs of weakening American commitments to European allies, to Ukraine, or to AUKUS partners. Of course, responsible senior officials who understand the dividends of security cooperation would not have tried to run around the President to freeze assistance to Ukraine. They certainly would have appreciated that cutting off intelligence sharing to the world's foremost experts in drone warfare might make it harder for the U.S. military to achieve drone dominance. On that count, I was encouraged earlier this week that the President himself greenlit an expansion of the intelligence cooperation that members of his administration had actually wanted to end. As our colleagues will recall, the President observed last month that Ukraine can win. The President said Ukraine can win. And unlike some of his advisors, the American people are indicating in clear majorities that they think we ought to help. By one recent poll, more than 6 in 10 Americans support sending more arms and military supplies to help Ukraine win. That includes, listen to this, a clear majority of Republicans support helping Ukraine. And the recent voting history of the House of Representatives indicates that poll isn't a fluke. Last month, House Republicans voted overwhelmingly to reject an amendment to the NDAA that would have barred further assistance to Ukraine. So listen to this. 72% of House Republicans, including House leadership, said continuing to arm Ukraine's defense was a good idea. So the public is behind it, Republicans in Congress are behind it. We know it's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the president knows that money talks. He understands that valuable things are expensive. What's true in property development is also true in military procurement. There's no way around it. Take Golden Dome, for example. Building anything close to a continental missile defense shield will, by reasonable estimates, cost several times more than was allocated this year in one-off reconciliation spending every year for decades to come. If the Pentagon isn't even planning to max out its budget request for procuring critical munitions in the short term, why on earth should our adversaries take any talk of long-term missile defense seriously? Likewise, why should they take American air power seriously if we're only willing to develop sixth-generation stealth fighters for the Air Force, but not for the Navy? What good are multi-billion-dollar aircraft carriers if we're not prepared to equip them with aircraft that can survive modern warfare? At home and abroad, I'm concerned that too many of the president's advisors are unwilling to acknowledge the gap between his stated priorities and what they're prepared to invest to achieve them. If you ask me, the name on the front door at the Pentagon matters a great deal less than whether the services inside are equipped and prepared to deter and win wars. And we're facing real, glaring gaps in critical capabilities. The ink was barely dry on the one big beautiful bill when senior Pentagon officials began to report to my colleagues and I on the Appropriations Committee that they still face significant funding shortfalls, given the high pace of operations in the Middle East and in the Western Hemisphere to rise. So, Mr. President, there's a lot going on around this building. But soon, I hope our colleagues will have an opportunity to go on record in favor of investing in peace through strength. We'll have a chance to put our money where our mouth is on reestablishing deterrence and rebuilding the force required to back it up. Our investments in the common defense are a signal of our national resolve. When the American people spoke last November, I don't think they meant for their leaders to mail in a third year of anemic Biden-era top lines. I don't think the president assembled his policy and budget advisors with a mind to punt in the face of looming threats. When he hired civilian Pentagon leaders to restore deterrence, I think he meant more than just threatening adversaries with a catchy line on camera. I think he meant building the force that threatens them with its very existence. So the administration wants a Trump buildup, then let's build one. And once Democrat shutdown is over, let's start with serious, increased, full-year investments in our national defense.
Madam President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, America is now in the middle of the Schumer shutdown. 2 in 3 Americans oppose it. Democrats are holding the American people hostage. They're demanding $1.5 trillion in new spending, and that's just to keep the government open for 4 short weeks. Well, that amounts to $48 billion a day. Here's what the Democrats are demanding. They're demanding more taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants. At the same time, they're taking away money from vulnerable hospitals in rural communities in my state and in yours. Under Joe Biden, Democrats opened our borders. 10 million illegal immigrants flooded across. Under Chuck Schumer, Democrats have now closed the government. They did it to give free health care to illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, Democrats are demanding the repeal of the $50 billion of rural hospital funds. This has been set aside as a lifesaver for our small community hospitals. That's who this fund has been set up to help, like the one I was at last week in Pinedale, Wyoming. It's our first hospital in the county ever. The closest hospital is 85 miles away. This is a needed, vital resource in rural Wyoming. In addition, Democrats are demanding $350 billion in permanent new spending for Biden's bonus COVID payments. They created these payments in 2021. They promised they would be temporary. They said they're there for the COVID emergency only. They extended them once so they would end at the end of this year. Clearly, COVID is over. And now they want these Biden bonus COVID payments to become permanent, to go on forever. These payments are riddled with waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption. We have seen it. We have documented evidence. Unlike most insurance, there are no premiums, there are no deductibles, and Democrats also removed the income limit. The money goes straight from the government to the insurance companies. The bill goes directly to the hardworking American taxpayers. The Democrats' price to reopen the government are all of those things I've mentioned, plus more. What we are doing as Republicans is proposing to reopen the government for 7 weeks at the current funding levels. The House has already passed it. Republicans and Democrats have voted for it in the House and in the Senate. President Trump is ready to sign it. It takes 60 votes in the Senate to reopen the government. We have voted repeatedly over the past several days. Each time, a few level-headed Democrats have joined Republicans in the vote. It is time for more Democrats to join us today. There's only one person standing in the way, and that's the minority leader. He's holding the American people hostage. He fears retribution from the radical socialist left. Easy to see why. The radical socialist left, including Senator Sanders, Senator Warren, AOC, they have become the Democrat leaders in this shutdown. They're the ones running the party. While the government is stuck in this Schumer shutdown, the people paying the price are the American families. Veterans will face longer wait times for appointments. Members of the military and border patrol agents, they'll continue to protect our nation. They'll do it without pay. Some wildfire prevention, which is critical this time of year, will stop. Wildland firefighters will remain on the job unpaid. Mothers will lose access to vital programs that help feed their children. Sick patients on Medicare and Medicaid may lose home health care services. Small business owners will not receive new federal loans because the Small Business Administration is unable during a shutdown to process them. The American people all across this country are feeling the pain of the Schumer shutdown. Their request is simple. They're asking Senate Democrats to do what they've done 13 times under Joe Biden, to vote for a clean, continuing resolution that will reopen the government. All it takes are a few more Democrats, people who are willing to put the country first. We're about to vote today on another clean, continuing resolution, like the Democrats did 13 times when Joe Biden was in the White House, and that's the one to reopen the government. Republicans are going to vote for it. Democrats have the opportunity today, in just a few short minutes, to do the right thing for the American people. Let's see if they do. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. It's the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
States receive those grants and which states don't. I feel a driving sense of urgency that we must support our police officers. They are facing greater and newer challenges in this country. I feel a deep urgency to support mental health issues in particular, because I lost one of my dear childhood friends who died by suicide in uniform. I want to make a simple adjustment to this legislation. Very simple, and what it would do is basically say that when this body has approved these grant programs, the president can't undermine the founder's intention that we hold the purse strings, that the president can't undermine that, and these grants have to go out as Congress intended them. That's all I'm asking from my colleague across the aisle. It's all I'm asking from this body, is that we together say we need to get resources for police officers in all of our country. We shouldn't be picking out some departments and not others. This is just simply making sure that this is a bipartisan effort to fund local police officers. And so I ask my colleagues to pass these bills as I amend them, so that we can refocus on the urgent work of reopening the government and then providing all law enforcement agencies with the resources they need, ensuring every law enforcement agency has a fair opportunity to secure funding to support their work, to support the men and women, to support their sacred and noble duties. We should work in a bipartisan way. And so I ask that the consent be modified such that my amendments to S-180, S-419, S-539, S-1316, and S-1563, which are at the desk, also be agreed to with all the other provisions that my colleague is asking for remain intact, so that we can fund all of police and stop our president's attempt to defund police departments in blue states.
Is there objection to the modification?
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, let's be clear about what this provision does for my friend from New Jersey. It's an attempt to throw a lifeline to these sanctuary cities that are openly defying the law. In order to receive federal grant dollars, you can't withhold information from federal law enforcement. That's what they're doing. That's what it means to be a sanctuary city. What you're saying is, we're not going to work with ICE or any other federal agency because we want to protect illegal immigrants in our cities. That's what's happening. That's deeply unpopular with the American people. And that's why the president has taken his action to try to get these cities to come along and be part of the program with the rest of the country, to say, we're all going to work together to keep our communities safe. This provision is a direct attempt to undermine the Trump administration to do that, and their renewed enforcement of our immigration laws. I know some people got used to the last 4 years where 20 million people came here illegally, and federal law enforcement was handcuffed by the Biden administration to actually enforce our immigration laws. So much so that the rhetoric that had been exhibited for that time now is carried over. And you see fire bombings, You see attacks on ICE officials, attempts to dox them, to destroy their families and their reputations, their finances, because they've been led to believe by many with the loudest microphones that somehow everyone's entitled to be here for as long as they want, that our laws don't matter, that borders are arbitrary lines on a map and we're all global citizens. And the white papers from the 60s and the 70s found their way into the halls of the highest offices in government. In the Biden administration, these Ivy League grads who wrote these white papers or read these white papers or indoctrinated by these white papers were suddenly in charge. Well, there's a new sheriff in town who actually believes in law and order. And so I would hope that city leaders who defy our federal laws shouldn't be entitled to federal tax dollars. Federal grant dollars are not entitlements. They're not unconditional welfare for the far left activists. If you want federal funds, you have to comply with federal law. Sanctuary cities are an open defiance of federal law. They actively prohibit their officials from cooperating with federal immigration officers. They release violent offenders, suppress gang databases, and do everything in their power to prevent the men and women of law enforcement from enforcing our laws. That's what they're doing in sanctuary cities right now. Every one of the Police Week bills that I've offered for unanimous consent, and my friend from New Jersey is indeed a co-sponsor of, are very, very bipartisan. I can't actually believe we're in a place that we're going to be holding up that kind of bipartisan legislation when you see the violence against law enforcement officers in our country every single day. This is a lifeline to them, the help that they need, not just to do their jobs, but to be able to seek the services so they can be healthy physically and mentally. So let's be clear about what's happening. And my friend has, a few moments here to reconsider this. These are common sense. And if anything from last November we could take away, is that the American people voted for a return to common sense. And with that, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Is there objection to the original request? Senator from New Jersey.
Yeah, I have so much respect for my colleague. I want to respond to some of the things he said because, again, I just want to affirm that he is right on the urgency to help our police officers. He is right that states should abide by federal law that passes from this body. But what we have now is a president in his first term that didn't ever try something like this, which is undermining the will of Congress. This is really unprecedented. That has never happened. Republican president, Democratic president, including Donald Trump's first term, where he suddenly said, I'm going to turn off the spigot of support to local law enforcement agencies because I don't agree with your policies. I think that's a threat to the independence of our branch of government. I think that that is, in so many ways, violative of our shared values on both sides of the aisle. But let me go further than that. What the president is doing is saying, not only am I going to stop funding from going to the state of New Jersey, I'm going to go to red counties in New Jersey, red counties in California. I actually went out and talked to people, Republican legislatures in states, Republican police officers, Republican union leader told me this as well, and says, this is ridiculous. So this is insane. That we would hold grants back from the entire state. He goes, I don't agree with Democrats' policies, but we're out here putting our lives on the line, and Republicans in Congress want to stop resources coming to our police departments? One of the union leaders says to me that my guys are out there sacrificing their lives, and we can't get help that both sides of the aisle agree on? And so, yeah, my colleague and I disagree on domestic immigration policies. But one thing I don't agree on, because I was a mayor of a city that basically said, in order to keep my city safe, we're going to cooperate with the police department, because it was an overbroad generalization that was made on the Senate floor that we're not supporting ICE and immigration activities, because I know this up and down the state of New Jersey. Not only do we support them, but we detail officers with federal immigration enforcement. I did it when I was mayor. You want to talk about cooperation, anybody who knows local government from the FBI to the ATF to ICE, all over New Jersey, we are cooperating with federal authorities. What we have simply said, if we're responsible for local law enforcement, we're not going to do things that create such fear in our communities that immigrant communities are afraid to come to local police to report crimes. And that somehow, not in the first term, Trump's first term, but somehow in this term of office, that's a bridge too far. Well, let me tell you right now, the way that immigration is being pursued in our neighborhoods, where masked agents are coming out of unmarked cars, are going to court appearances and schools and hospitals, my local police officers are telling me how much more dangerous this administration is making communities, because people who are victims of crime now are afraid to go to local police officers and report those crimes. And again, this is not coming from politicians in New Jersey. This is coming from law enforcement officers that have said that we've created such a climate of fear in our country that just solving crimes is getting harder and harder because people are afraid to come to the police. So yes, we have policies that say there are certain things we won't do to maintain a community of trust within our communities. So I understand there is a lot of rhetoric. I can turn on shock news and all of that, but when you talk to the law enforcement officers in many of the most Republican parts of my community, they're outraged about what's happening right now. So again, we can debate policy on immigration, but to me, for a senator to allow a president to undermine the power of the purse relegated by the Constitution to this body is outrageous. It's never been done before. Not in Trump's first term, not by Bush, not by Reagan, not by Clinton, not by Obama. We are in new territory here in our country where we see a president encroaching upon our powers, and I can't be complicit in that. Everybody in this body, I would never question any of my colleagues on either side of the aisle. We all want our local police departments to not only be able to do their job, we all actually want to have more equipment and more resources. That's why these bills are bipartisan. But how could we allow bipartisan bills passed out of the Senate to then be stopped in a partisan way by a president who is then going to choose red states and hurt blue states, even though my state has millions of Republicans who deserve to have their communities safe as well? I'm standing today just to say, let's use common sense and help our police officers together get this resource is desperately needed out to our communities now, and not let this fall victim to something that wasn't even an issue in Donald Trump's first term. And so I object. I object. I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, here we go again. 3 days ago, Democrats voted against a stopgap spending bill that would keep government open for the benefit of 320 million American citizens. But because they voted against it, we're now in a government shutdown, something that should be of profound embarrassment to them, as it is to the rest of us who believe we were sent here to govern, not to shut down the government and deny our own constituents access to the services that government necessarily provides in some cases. Now, if you listen to the media, not all the media, but some of the media, particularly the sympathetic left-wing media, you might think otherwise. But make no mistake about it, the blame for this government shutdown lies squarely on the Senate Democrats' shoulders. 3 Democrats voted to reopen the government the last time we voted, and other Democrats, we need 5 more, will have a chance to vote here in just a few minutes to reopen the government and to stop this charade. But the facts of the matter are pretty straightforward. The reason we're in a government shutdown is because Senate Democrats refused to vote for what's known around here as a clean continuing resolution, a clean CR. As I mentioned, this is a stopgap procedure, so we can then finish the work of the appropriations bills by November and hopefully pass bipartisan funding bills that will last for the remainder of the fiscal year, while we're doing other important work as well, hopefully a national defense authorization bill, hopefully other important legislation. So why hold 320 Americans hostage by denying them the benefits that their government is providing by shutting down the government? Why in the world would you do that? Well, I think primarily what this is because our friends on the other side of the aisle are afraid of their base supporters. We know last time the Democratic leader, Senator Schumer, the senator from New York, agreed to a short-term CR, as we did 13 previous times, because it's a stopgap spending bill. The last time he agreed to a continuing resolution, he was pummeled by his Democratic base. And he's worried that if he does that again, without shutting down the government, without showing some fight, that he will be ousted out of his position as a Democratic leader and maybe even defeated in his next primary election by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC. But let's consider the consequences of the shutdown for some of the most vulnerable Americans, our seniors who rely on the Medicare Hospital at Home program and telehealth. Because of the government shutdown, CMS no longer has the authority to reimburse certain telehealth services. Now, most of us were not particularly acquainted with telehealth before COVID, but Congress decided to reimburse healthcare providers for providing virtual visits with your doctors. And in some cases, that's all people needed access to. So it's an important adjunct or supplement to our healthcare delivery system. But that's no longer available because of the shutdown. This will have particularly severe impact on patients without access to reliable transportation, who will not be able to see their doctor unless they can get access to telehealth. Additionally, providers who participated in the Medicare Hospital at Home program no longer have the authority to deliver inpatient-level care in patients' homes. I know we're all concerned about the cost of health care, but if you can treat people in their homes, it's obviously a better place for the patient and it's less costly health care. But that authority expired with the shutdown of the federal government. This means some of our most vulnerable Americans, sick and bedridden seniors, have been left without care or were unexpectedly forced to be transported to overcrowded hospitals when it may not be in their best interest to actually engage in that transport. But that's just an example of the real-life consequences of this unnecessary shutdown imposed on the American people by Senate Democrats, holding the American people hostage for their partisan political demands, which I'll get to in a moment. Democrats want America to believe that this is about health care. Well, they know that the particular health care benefits that they are most concerned about is a COVID-era plus-up of the Affordable Care Act's subsidies that were started back during the Biden administration. So even if these plussed-up benefits were to expire, people would not be denied access to the Affordable Care Act if they happen to have a policy using that particular program. So there's no imminent threat to these people or anyone else if we don't address it in the context of this shutdown. So it's a made-up crisis. We know that these provisions expire at the end of this calendar year, and there will be time, and we will take the time to deal with those as we should. But based on many of the stories of waste, fraud, and abuse associated with these plussed-up COVID-era Biden subsidies for the Affordable Care Act, there's an important reason why we should take our time and look at these and reform them where necessary. And that's what we intend to do. If Senate Democrats really cared about ensuring the most vulnerable patients in America got access to health care, they would never have shut down the government. This shutdown is obviously not about health care, if they're actually making health care worse by shutting down the government. It is simply a way for the Democratic leader to posture at length for his far-left progressive base. It's unconscionable, if you think about it, that Democrats are holding the American people hostage, and some of the very people they claim to be helping get access to health care. Yet they are framing it as though somehow Republicans are forcing partisan demands. But the House has already passed a continuing resolution. The only thing stopping this from making its way to President Trump's desk is a vote in the Senate. And we need 60 votes in the Senate under Senate rules. And right now, 3 Democrats have joined with virtually all Republicans to vote for this continuing resolution, which only will take us to November the 20th to give us time to do the other appropriations bills that I mentioned a moment ago. But the reason why I call the Democrats' demand a partisan wish list is because they're asking for the sun and the moon. First of all, starting with their proposal. Anybody listening is reminded of the fact that we just recently passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, since rebranded to the Working Families Tax Cut Act. But the proposal made by the Democrats in their alternative continuing resolution says they want to repeal it. They want to repeal the One Big Beautiful Bill, which cut taxes for every American, doubled the child tax credit, provided innumerable benefits to the American people, primarily by avoiding about a $3,000 tax increase per family. They want to repeal it. One of the provisions we made in that bill was to limit illegal aliens' access to Medicaid, because some states were gaming the Medicaid program. Not to get bogged down in the details too much, but this is a state-federal program, and under the Affordable Care Act, the federal government pays 90% of the Medicaid. Now, Democrats say, well, it's illegal to provide free health care to illegal aliens under existing law, and it is. But what Democrats were doing in places like California, they were using that 10% state share to fund health care services for illegal aliens. And the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Family Tax Cuts Act, put an end to that. So Democrats want to repeal that bill. They also want to repeal the $50 billion Rural Health Care Stabilization Fund. Texas is a big state. We got urban areas, we got suburbs, and we got rural areas. And we need to make sure that people living in rural areas, or certainly outside of urban and suburban areas, get access to health care. And one of the things we did in the One Big Beautiful Bill is provide a $50 billion stabilization fund to make sure they could get access to health care. But Democrats want to give that away. They want to repeal that bill in its entirety. Well, I've heard Democrats on TV and on social media say, we don't want to provide free health care to illegal aliens. But again, this is the provision that they want to change. They want to repeal this provision, alien Medicaid eligibility, which limited the ability to game the Medicaid program, the state contribution to a state federal share program, to fund health care for illegal aliens. Now, we know that there's a lot of reasons why people come to the country, our country, illegally. Many are drawn because they want to work. We understand they want a better life. We understand that, but the right way to do that is through legal channels, not through illegal channels. But one of the magnets that draws people to come to the country is access to taxpayer-provided free benefits, like free health care. But the states like California that game the Medicaid system are the worst offenders when it comes to providing free access to health care using this Medicaid program. But this is a provision that Democrats now want to repeal. The prohibition we passed in the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Family Tax Cuts Act. What's more, Democrats are asking us to spend billions of dollars in new spending because they won't vote for a stopgap spending measure. So we know that the Affordable Care Act subsidies, in other words, Obamacare, is enormously expensive. I won't spend much time here talking about the false promises upon which Obamacare was sold. If you like your policy, you can keep it. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. And actually, the claim that it will lower health care expenditures, none of that was true. And Democrats want to put those subsidies on steroids through the Biden-era COVID supercharged subsidy program. And they want to do it not just temporarily, they want to do it for the next 10 years, which will result in hundreds of billions, even $1 trillion plus of new spending. Now, one of the things that we did in the One Big Beautiful Bill was we passed $400 billion in deficit reduction. Why is that important? Because our country now owes roughly $37 trillion. We're $37 trillion in debt. And if we don't do something about that, we're going to be in deep trouble in the not too distant future. Right now, we pay more money on interest on the national debt than we do on defense in a very dangerous world. That is unsustainable, and that is dangerous. But the Democrats want to forget all that and spend hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending on a short-term, 9-week stopgap spending measure. And they say, if you won't agree with us, we're going to shut down the government. The kind of spending Democrats have asked for would effectively erase all the savings we achieved through the common sense spending reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill. It is unconscionable that Senate Democrats are hurting the American people because they want more spending for their pet programs. And yet they're framing it as though Republicans are the ones forcing partisan demands. That's false. All we're asking them to do is to keep the government open and pass a short-term continuing resolution that's already been passed by the House of Representatives. The Democratic leader said 2 days ago on the floor, he said, Republicans have tried to stick us with a partisan CR that fails to protect American health care. 3 days ago, the Vice Chair of the Appropriations Bill said, instead of talking with us about addressing health care, Republicans decided to pass a partisan continuing resolution. Again, that's false. They said they don't want to fund illegal aliens. They said it's a partisan continuing resolution we insist on. Both of those are false. The continuing resolution proposed by Republicans has already passed the House of Representatives. It does not include partisan demands. If Democrats do not want to pass a clean continuing resolution, what are they proposing? Well, a partisan continuing resolution, and I've talked about some of the provisions. The alternative continuing resolution that Democrats are proposing would not only repeal the one big beautiful bill effectively, but they make other partisan demands on top of that. The Democratic CR would eliminate provisions of the one big beautiful bill that are critical to putting our fiscal condition back on track, as I mentioned a moment ago. In the Medicaid program, we tightened eligibility. We added work requirements for able-bodied adults. We required stricter eligibility reporting and ensured that illegal immigrants do not get free health care benefits. The One Big Beautiful Bill was a critical step toward ensuring that Medicaid is there for the people who truly need it, the elderly, children, the disabled, not able-bodied adults. Democrats have claimed over and over again they're not attempting to fund health care for illegal aliens, but as I've demonstrated, that's not true. Their proposed continuing resolution repeals the exact provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill that prevented illegal aliens from receiving those benefits. Just for those who want to read it for themselves, this is Section 2141 of the Democrats' proposed continuing resolution. It strikes Section 71109 of the One Big Beautiful Bill. This is a provision that limits the eligibility requirement and federal payments to states that allow medical assistance for illegal aliens. Medicaid has always been intended to be a lifeline to the most vulnerable Americans when it comes to their health insurance. But over the last decades, it's become bloated with waste, fraud, and abuse. We cannot continue to serve the most vulnerable Americans for whom Medicaid was originally designed if we're going to be subsidizing other people like able-bodied adults who should be capable of contributing themselves. Further, extending these subsidies without reform will continue contributing to the ballooning costs of health care, now roughly 18% of our entire economy. This is the same problem we've had with ballooning costs in higher education. The more the government subsidizes, the more bloated that industry becomes, and consequently, the providers raise prices and those services become less affordable to ordinary middle-class Americans who would not otherwise rely on government benefits. The Republican reforms to Medicaid in the One Big Beautiful Bill put the most vulnerable Americans first. But Democrats have refused to vote for a clean continuing resolution and instead demanded that Republicans repeal these monumental reforms before allowing the lights to stay on. Democrats are also demanding to extend the Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies, which is really Obamacare on steroids, which don't even expire until the end of this year. We will get to that, believe me, before the end of the year. But to hold this short-term stopgap spending bill hostage is really unconscionable. To anyone who says that Republicans are proposing a partisan continuing resolution while Democrats are doing everything they can to keep the government open, I hope I've made it clear that the reality is just the opposite. Republicans do not want a shutdown. Shutdowns don't benefit anybody. And the same problem that caused the government to shut down is there staring you in the face when government is reopened. I think we've learned that from hard experience. A poison pill-packed continuing resolution is simply not the solution. So I hope we can get 5 more Democrats to join 3 other Democrats who've already voted to keep the government open to vote this afternoon in just a few minutes and reopen the government for the benefit of all Americans. Yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to speak up to 10 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Madam President, I'm here on the floor today to ask for unanimous consent to pass a very important resolution that I try to move forward every year. It's my Choose Respect Day resolution. I want to thank Senator Schiff for being my lead co-sponsor on the other side of the aisle. And it's to kick off also Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Now, Madam President, as a former AG, like myself, this is really important to me, my state. I come down on the floor a lot to brag about the great state of Alaska in so many different areas. But this is one area where I don't like to brag about Alaska because there's not much to brag about. We have some of the highest rates of domestic violence, of sexual assault of any place in the country. Really bad. So when I was Attorney General a number of years ago, the governor and I launched this big initiative called the Choose Respect Initiative. We changed the laws. We made perpetrators really pay if they were going to commit these heinous crimes in Alaska. We got funding for lawyers and resources. We got different services, and we had ads all over TV in Alaska about choosing respect. Real Alaska men choose respect. They don't commit these heinous acts. They don't hit their girlfriend. They don't do any of that kind of horrible stuff. And started to work in my state, Madam President, to change the culture, which wasn't a good culture up in Alaska. We're still doing that, so when I came to the Senate, I really wanted to continue this work. Really important work. It's been bipartisan to try to change the culture in our country. We have very, very high rates, too high rates of domestic violence and sexual assault in many places in America. And we should all be focused on making sure the next generation of young men don't do that. So one of the ways in which we've done that, Madam President, is my Power Act, which has been to get pro bono legal services for domestic violence survivors and victims. This is an innovative idea that we started in Alaska, brought here to the Senate. The Power Act now has had over 61,000 attorneys across America provide pro bono legal assistance to survivors. 61,000. That was from a bill here we had on the Senate floor. These are the kind of things we can do in the Senate, in the Congress, to address this very significant challenge in my state, but across the country. So this resolution, Madam President, builds on what we're doing across the board on many of the different Choose Respect initiatives that I've brought to the Congress in a bipartisan way over the years. It calls upon all of us to mark Choose Respect Day by teaching our youth about healthy relationships, supporting survivors, honoring those we've lost, and recommitting ourselves to the fundamental truth that every person deserves to live in freedom from violence and fear. The call to choose respect is simple but powerful. If we live by it, not just on October 1st, as the resolution calls for, we can break the cycle of abuse, strengthen families, and build a safer, more respectful country. And I think at this point, right now in our nation's history, we could all use that. So I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this resolution. Together, let's honor survivors, remember victims, and choose respect in all we do. Madam President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Res 431, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 431, supporting the goals and objectives of Choose Respect Day.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask that my next comments be listed in the congressional record in a different place from my previous comments.
Without objection.
Madam President, I'm very hopeful that my colleagues here will move forward on this bipartisan, clean, continuing resolution so we can get our government open again. I do want to just explain to the American people and maybe some of our friends in the media a little dirty secret that's going on down here on the Senate floor. A lot of my Democratic colleagues are getting frustrated. Not with us. Not with us. We've had 3 already cross over and vote with us. There's a lot more who want to do it, Madam President. They're frustrated because they know we got to reopen the government. They know this is the way to do it. A simple, bipartisan, clean, continuing resolution. We've been doing this all the time here in the Senate. We've done it over 10 times during the Biden administration on the Republican side, but there's frustration. And I'll give you my sense of why there's frustration on the Democratic side, Madam President. Usually in this place, when you run for leader, Democrat leader, Republican leader, and you're in leadership, there's kind of a unwritten rule that the leader will protect the broader membership and broader members. On votes and different things, that's kind of what leadership is about. This is the first time I've seen in my entire time here in the U.S. Senate where on the Democrat side, the broader membership seems to be protecting just the leader. We all know why. He's worried about his left flank, worried about getting primaried, so that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are getting frustrated. Not with us. They know this is the right way to do it. They're getting frustrated because they think they're having to protect their leader, which isn't the way it works. It's supposed to work here. The minority leader previously called blocking a clean bipartisan CR to get bigger demands from their side, quote, political idiocy. Well, Madam President, what we're viewing right now is a lot of political idiocy coming from the other side, and my colleagues on the Democratic side are really starting to get frustrated. Not with us, but with their own leader. So I'm hoping on this vote in the next hour or so, for the American people, for the institution of the U.S. Senate, we have a couple more Democrat senators who have the courage to break with the political idiocy that we're seeing right now on their side. Vote with us, reopen the government. They know it's the right thing to do. I hope that happens. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, all post-cloture time is expired. The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn,
That's okay. That's okay. We'll take care of it.
Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines,
Sure. Happy to.
Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Capito, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Ricketts, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Lujan, Shaheen. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Thank you. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Miss Warren, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Tuberville. Aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The resolution is agreed to.
Madam President,
Democratic Leader.
I move to proceed to
The Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to S2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to reconsider the vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to S2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Yield the floor. No.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? Yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Lotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blount-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, King, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Paul, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Markey. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Kennedy, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the clerk will report the motion. I'm sorry. To invoke.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Okay, you guys can go. No.
I'm a no.
You're a no, thank you. Bennett. I did get you, thank you. Thank you, I got you. Ms. Cantwell. Oh, no, I'm yes.
Okay, Scott.
You got Bennett, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Blumenthal. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, thank you, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo,
Got it.
Yep.
Marshall. Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Height-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Thank you. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, King, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsor-Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Durbin, Hassan, Kane, Kelly, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Kim? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. I didn't mean. That's all right. Mr. Warnock? No. Ms. Duckworth? No. Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Schatz? No. Mrs. Shaheen? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 44. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session being a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Okay.
Mr. President.
The Democratic Leader.
I move to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 167, S2882, a bill making appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 167, S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I withdraw my motion to proceed.
The senator has that right. The motion is withdrawn.
Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
For some families, those premiums are doubling. Others will get priced out of their plans completely, leaving them with no coverage at all. And here's what that means. Thanks to Republicans in Congress, a 60-year-old couple making $85,000 a year will have to pay more than $22,000 every year to keep their coverage. $22,000. For families already hanging on by their fingernails, that could be a matter of keeping health care coverage or just giving up. And that could be a matter of life and death. I know what it's like. Growing up, there was never a time when my family didn't worry about money. My daddy ended up as a janitor. When I was 12, my daddy had a heart attack. He lost his job, the family station wagon was repossessed, and we were about to lose our home. My mother had never worked outside the home, but that is when she put on her best dress, got herself a minimum wage job answering phones at Sears, and saved our home and saved our family. Our healthcare system was already broken with high premiums, insurance denials, and huge co-pays. And that was before Donald Trump and the Republicans decided to make the healthcare crisis so much worse. Democrats are fighting to reverse Republicans' giant healthcare cuts and lower costs for Americans. Right now, it is only the Republicans in Congress that stand in the way. Affordable Care Act tax credits help people afford their health care, and they are set to expire at the end of the year, and insurance companies are resetting their rates right now. We are barreling toward a tipping point for American families. If Congress does not act, nearly 22 million Americans will see their health insurance premiums more than double on average. Democrats want to lower those costs right now. Republicans are shutting down the entire government instead of coming to the table to help American families. An overwhelming majority of Americans want us to extend these tax credits so that insurance premiums don't go through the roof. Even most Trump supporters agree with us on this. Donald Trump himself just said he wants to make it better, and it is only Senate Republicans who are standing in the way. Senate Republicans have refused to even sit down and negotiate over health care cuts, even though thousands of their constituents will see their costs go way up. For example, in Alabama, about 447,000 Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Alaska, about 24,000 Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Arkansas, it's about 144,000 Americans. In Florida, it's 4.4 million Americans. In Idaho, it's 101,000 Americans. In Indiana, it's 290,000 Americans. In Iowa, it's 118,000 Americans. In Kansas, it's 182,000 Americans. In Kentucky, it's 77,000 Americans. In Louisiana, it's 276,000 Americans. In Maine, it's 54,000 Americans. In Mississippi, it's 320,000 Americans. In Missouri, it's 383,000 Americans. In Montana, it's 67,000 Americans. In North Carolina, it's 888,000 Americans. In North Dakota, it's 38,000 Americans. In Ohio, it's 514,000 Americans. In Oklahoma, it's 290,000 Americans. In Pennsylvania, it's 422,000 Americans. In South Carolina, it's 588,000 Americans. In South Dakota, it's 50,000 Americans. In Tennessee, it's 593,000 Americans. In Texas, it is 3.7 million Americans. Nearly 4 million Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Utah, it's 395,000 Americans. In West Virginia, it's 63,000 Americans. In Wisconsin, it's 272,000 Americans. In Wyoming, it is 43,000 Americans. Look, Democrats are fighting to lower costs for every single one of those Americans. Where are their Republican senators? Those were the insurance premiums, which will cause about 5 million people to lose their coverage because they just can't afford those higher costs. But Republicans are also cutting health care for another 10 million Americans. That's seniors in nursing homes, mamas with newborn babies, and it's your neighbor who needs a wheelchair or a home health aide to be able to live independently. Democrats have said time and time again, if Congress is going to pass a budget for the U.S. government, then saving health care for those millions of Americans has to be part of the deal. We will not stop fighting for Americans' access to their doctors and to their hospitals. And what has been the response of Donald Trump? He don't want to talk about health care. Nope. Instead, his plan is to inflict maximum pain on Americans during this Republican shutdown. His right-hand man, Russ Vought, is shutting down important infrastructure projects as political punishment. They're threatening to fire many more federal workers. And get this, the White House is furloughing hundreds of staffers because of the Republican shutdown, but they are keeping every single DOJ staffer on. In total, the Trump administration is furloughing over 500,000 workers who work every day to keep our country running. But at least Elon Musk's pals at DOJ are safe. And that tells you everything you need to know about the Republican plans. Look, this may feel like a surprise to millions of Americans, but the Republican attack on Americans' health care has been long in the making. It's exactly the shutdown playbook Donald Trump and his lackeys laid out in their Project 2025. Since day one, Trump has tried again and again and again to shut down the parts of government he just doesn't like. He has tried to illegally wipe away millions of dollars for programs that Congress had already agreed to fund. He has illegally fired tens of thousands of federal workers. He has illegally sent our troops to invade American cities. And the response of Republicans in the Senate has been to bow down and let Donald Trump do all of that and more. And now, during a government shutdown, the President of the United States is saying, quote, a lot of good can come from a shutdown, and quote, we can get rid of a lot of things we didn't want. And while all of that is going on, why would Democrats sign off on a Republican budget without ironclad guarantees to make sure that Trump won't just turn around and go back on the deal and not lower costs for families? The answer is, we won't. While Senate Republicans keep taking orders from their wannabe king and drag out their government shutdown, Senate Democrats will not stop fighting to save health care and to lower costs for families. We want rollbacks of the Republican cuts that will take away health care coverage from 15 million people and drive up insurance premiums for everyone else. This is not a partisan issue. This is not a partisan fight. Democrats are in this fight for all Americans. And we urge Senate Republicans to join us to protect health care coverage for millions of Americans and end this painful government shutdown. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Maine.
Madam President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S1377 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
The senator from Kentucky.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, I want to express some thoughts on this motion that was just objected to. We are in a ongoing, serious, and debilitating conflict in the world of cyber. It is one of the most serious threats this country faces. In fact, right at this moment, it is probably the most serious threat this country faces, from nation states, from hacktivists, from ransomware, from crooks around the world. It is a serious daily challenge. We are being attacked, institutions in this country, including the United States government, including the Department of Defense, including the CIA, but also private sector businesses are being attacked 5 billion times a day. I visited a small bank in Maine that's being attacked in the hundreds of thousands of times in a week, a small local bank. I've talked to utility executives that are being attacked, one major utility 3 million times a day, that the adversaries are trying to get into our systems to compromise them, which would be devastating in a time of conflict. Imagine for a moment, a shot isn't fired, but the financial system collapses. Water systems are poisoned. The electrical system is down. The gas pipeline system is compromised. Healthcare, hospitals are down. That's a devastating attack. And by not moving this bill, we are unilaterally disarming in the midst of this crisis. What this bill does is very simple. It simply renews a sector is protected from liability for exchanging, for sharing the information. And then the government can collect that information, warn other sectors of potential attacks that are indicated in these kinds of reports, can help the victims respond, and also can help us to form a more coherent national strategy to deal with these attacks. And I don't understand why the gentleman from Kentucky is objecting to, and this isn't a spending bill, this has nothing to do with a continuing resolution, this is simply an authority that's been in place, as I say, for 10 years. It expires at the end of this year, and we want to extend that in order to maintain this kind of interaction, this kind of exchange of information that's critical to our ability to realistically confront this. Really, I can't overemphasize how serious this crisis is. We just learned, for example, that the Chinese were in our telecommunication system. We know that the Russians have made consistent efforts to penetrate our critical infrastructure, along with the Chinese. This is not an abstract threat. This is before us right now. It's happening right now. And if we don't pass this extension, as I said, we are unilaterally disarming. Now, I understand the chairman of the committee has some other items that he'd like to consider. He's the chairman of the committee. I urge him to bring those issues before the committee, bring a bill to the floor, and they can be considered. But don't, in the meantime, hobble our ability to protect our citizens and entities, people and companies and businesses and our own government from these ongoing attacks. At this very moment, this government is under attack by cyber criminals, by state actors. They're not doing it for fun. They're doing it maliciously to undermine our country and also to steal from us. The amount stolen through ransomware attacks, which can occur, by the way, at a local hospital or a town, the amount of money is in the billions every year. So I hope that as we keep coming to the floor to bring this matter up, we can have the withdrawal of the objection by the chairman of the committee, because the final thing I'll say is what I've said before. This is no time to be lowering our defenses, to be compromising our ability to defend ourselves from an attack that we know is happening and that we know is going to continue to attack. We know that this is going to continue. This attack is going to continue on our country, on our institutions, on our businesses, on our citizens, and we have to be on guard. And we cannot allow this authority to lapse and compromise our ability to defend ourselves and the people of the United States. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Montana.
First, I want to congratulate you on the momentous occasion of becoming a Golden Gavel recipient. That's achievement of a lifetime, truly. Congratulations. I ask unanimous consent that if any nominations are confirmed during today's session of the Senate, that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to talk about a historic occasion where we are passing the CRA for the Miles City Resource Management Plan. In the last 5 years under the previous administration, we've seen historic attacks upon American industry, primarily our resource industry, which is so critical to Montana's economy, and most importantly is critical to the 21st century economy of the United States. We are facing an energy crisis where we're not going to have enough power literally in our grid to power our homes, turn the lights on in our homes, and most importantly, fuel the 21st century economic revolution that's coming. From AI to digital currency to quantum computing, the need for energy will be insatiable here in America and around the world. And for us to lead in these technologies, to lead in artificial intelligence, to beat China in the digital currency game, to beat the rest of the world in quantum computing, if we want those technologies to exist in a free and flourishing market, in a free republic like the United States of America, we have to lead in those industries. And that means we have to literally have enough electrons, we have to have enough electricity, we have to have enough power, baseload, reliable, cheap power in our grid to power those industries, and right now we do not. And not only do we not have it today, we won't have it tomorrow if we do not expand our resource economy yet again. That means things like coal have to be unleashed. China's building coal plants every single day. We haven't built one in decades here in America. Right now there's enough coal under the ground in Montana to fuel our economy for another 1,000 years. It's about time we start extracting it yet again. Not only does it mean thousands of jobs in Montana, in rural Montana, where economic development has stalled for decades, but most importantly, it means economic dominance for the greatest nation in the history of mankind. And many other nations depend upon the economic leadership that America provides. And in the 21st century, that leadership will depend on a strong 21st century economy based on cryptographic currency, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and all those industries revolve around cheap, reliable baseload power. We need that out of the coal mines in Montana. We need it all across the nation. We need to bring common sense policies back to our resource economy. We don't want to be pouring cyanide in our rivers, blowing tops off the mountains and clear-cutting forests. We do not want to go back to those days. We've learned our lesson. Nowhere more have we learned that than in Montana, the site of America's largest Superfund site based on disastrous copper and coal mining from decades ago. But we've learned our lessons from those. And if we don't mine these resources in America, all we're doing is pushing that mining somewhere else. Places like Africa, South America, Asia, where there are no environmental regulations, there are no labor laws. 8-year-old kids are hauling these materials out of mines on the back of their heads. Child labor, slave labor, cyanide being poured into lakes without any environmental regulation whatsoever. We do it cleaner, safer, and better here in America than anywhere else in the world, and Montana is a perfect place to start reviving our resource economy. So I'm proud to support this CRA. I'm proud to see the resource economy of Montana once again be supported by our government. It's so important for these projects that they have a predictable regulatory environment to operate in. When these companies have to raise billions of dollars in capital to fund these projects, they have to have comfort that the projects will not simply be canceled the next time the political winds shift. 4 years is not a long time when you're making tens of billions of dollars of investments in pipelines, mining, power plants, and huge resource projects. Our investors, American investors and foreign investors, need to have confidence that if they put dollars into the American economy, those dollars are going to be respected, encouraged, and quite frankly, rewarded. And nowhere is it better to mine coal than right here in the US of A, and nowhere better than Montana. We have hardworking people with a great work ethic who take pride in their work and want to fuel the 21st century economic explosion that will happen right here in this country. The time is now to build our electrical grid. The time is now to revitalize our resource economy from timber to coal to copper mining to oil and gas. The Miles City CRA brings back common sense and gives certainty to a resource economy, and most importantly, our private sector partners who will make the investment so that's possible. I vote in favor of this and hope our colleagues on the other side of the aisle also support the Miles City CRA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum
We are
call?
not.
Mr. President, I rise today because the American people deserve affordable health care, and they deserve a government that works for them, not a government of threats, not a government of bullies. They deserve a government that comes together in a bipartisan way to find solutions to the problems and challenges they face. Sadly, right now, we are on day 18, where the Republicans in the House of Representatives have not reported to work. Day 18. I went over there this morning, and there are literally more statues of former Republican leaders than there are actual Republican House members in the entire House. I walked down the hallways. I went to the door. I went to see if anyone was there. There's no one there. There's just a bunch of statues of former leaders. We need real leaders right now over in the House that are willing to sit down and negotiate with members of the Senate, and yes, with the president. Not to be rubber stamps of the president, but to actually come back and say, this is what I'm hearing from my constituents, because we know what they're hearing. We have seen the numbers. And some of them have been willing to say it. Some of the House members on the Republican side, some of the senators. 3/4 of the people on the Affordable Care Act plans, according to a study from the Kaiser Family Foundation, 3/4 of them are in states won by President Trump. The vast majority of them are in red congressional districts. So we know what they're hearing because it's what I've been hearing. Some of the people are already getting notices in some states, like in Senator Warnock, Senator Ossoff's state of Georgia, that they're seeing a doubling of their premiums or a tripling of their premiums. And I have heard the proposed numbers in the state of Minnesota. It is not pretty. A few weeks ago, I went on a 13-county rural tour in my state. I visit all 87 counties every year. And I met with soybean farmers, and one of them told me that what he was seeing between the tariffs drying up his market, 60% of the soybeans in Minnesota are exported around the world. We're proud of that. We feed the world. Those markets have dried up. They can't sell their soybeans. They can't get a good price for their soybeans. Heard the same thing from our corn growers. So when you look at what's happening with their markets, and then you look at what's happening with their input costs for things like fertilizer because of the tariffs, of the Trump tariffs, and you look at the increases for them in their daily living expenses like electricity bills, like grocery bills, because these tariffs, and yes, these healthcare premiums. You look at this, and one soybean farmer told me this is a perfect storm of ugly. So what should our answer be? To stay away, like these Republican House members have done, because they're afraid of having a vote about the release of the Epstein files? That soybean farmer is like, what? Go take care of your business, but your job is to come here and help me. Families' budgets are being squeezed. The president promised he would bring down prices on day one, but instead it is day 261, and the opposite is happening, especially with health care. And this isn't a December problem or a January problem. This is a now problem, because November 1st is the date. November 1st is the date where these plans that are called different things in different states, in my state it's called MNsure, when these plans, which over 25% of our farmers are on, for one thing, and a whole bunch of small business owners, they're not working at some big corporation in a small business. They do not have the option of getting their plans that way. Instead, they rely on these types of plans from the state. Ours existed even before the Affordable Care Act, but is one of those Affordable Care Act plans. And so November 1st is when that marketplace opens up. And then they got to decide. They can't afford doubling the premiums. And that's what this fight is about. A poll published last week found that 78% of Americans think we should extend the ACA tax credits, including significant majorities of Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. Why don't my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and my colleagues that aren't here over in the House, Republicans, why don't they see this as an opportunity to do something good, to come to the table and do something good? That's what this is about to me. I thought that's what we were elected to do. But instead, what do we see? According to Minnesota's health insurance marketplace, a 30-year-old in Mower County, that's one of our rural counties kind of near the Iowa border, earning $39,000 per year would see their premium increase from $77 per month this year to $225 a month for the same plan. Not extra bells and whistles, the same plan. A family of 3 in Roseau County, that's way up north, with an annual income of $106,000, this is a family of 3, would see their premium jump from $675 a month to $1,100 a month, an annual increase of more than $5,000. A 60-year-old married couple in Bemidji, earning $85,000 per year. This is the middle of our state, beautiful lakes area, home of Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox, just dealt with a horrible, horrible storm, and their town showed this incredible resiliency. A 60-year-old married couple in Bemidji earning $85,000 per year will see their premium climb from less than $500 per month to $1,700 per month. That means an additional $15,000 next year for the same coverage. These increases are going to force people to make a decision. As my rural hospitals told me, behind closed doors, some of it, they said, so we've got a whole bunch of people that are going to be hurt by these Medicaid cuts that were in the bill, the budget bill this summer. And we've got a whole bunch of problems because $500 billion in Medicare cuts was automatically triggered by that big, beautiful bill, as it's called, or big, beautiful betrayal of a bill. $500 billion in Medicare cuts was triggered. Why? Because the debt went up so high because of all the tax cuts for the wealthiest. And that's just in law. If you put up the debt that much, you're going to get Medicare cuts that aren't going to hit individuals. They will eventually, but they're going to hit these hospitals. I say eventually because there's not going to be any place to go to get your health care if you're in a rural area and these hospitals and clinics start closing down. So on top of all that, Medicaid, the Medicare, then you layer on these Affordable Care Act issues. And what the people, the doctors and nurses told me was that because that's how so many of their patients get their health care, if they don't get their insurance, which some of them just won't be able to afford unless we do something about it, which is fully within our power to do. Like literally, you could take that money that was going to go to Argentina and screw over our soybean farmers in Minnesota, that $20 billion, I have no idea why that was a good idea. You can take that money and that's going to pay for a big chunk of just the first year of these tax credits for regular Americans and not screw over our soybean farmers. So anyway, they told me that if you make sure these people still have insurance, that's a huge deal to these rural hospitals. It means that they can maybe just barely eke by and make it, because otherwise people are going to get rid of their insurance, then they're going to show up in the emergency rooms because they're not going to be getting not just primary care, but elective surgeries, regular things they should be getting because they don't have the insurance, and they're going to show up in the emergency rooms, and then the hospitals are going to be paying for that care. That's what we're dealing with here. And these increases are going to force people across the country to make these impossible decisions. Constituent was caught off guard of mine by a $2,000 premium increase. A family of 4 considering downgrading their insurance plan. And a father who expects that his family will owe $16,000 more next year. One woman currently saves more than $450 per month because of the ACA tax credit. She's retired, she's single, so she does not have any additional income coming in. And that gives her the $5,400 extra per year. And that is before you factor in, and this is important for people to know, because everyone's having trouble with what's going on in the insurance market right now. That's before you factor in what is expected to be a 21% increase in the premium. Another constituent has shared that her biggest fear is affording health care for her family. She said, please keep up the fight for the ACA subsidies. Every day the cost for just living goes up. I'm worried for my family. We know our healthcare system is far from perfect. There are many steps we should take to improve it. I could spend the whole day giving you some ideas that would be constructive. One of the things that I finally got passed into law that I spent years working on and leading the bill, a negotiation of prices under Medicare. Congress, before I got here, somehow locked itself in to what the prices should be under Medicare, and you could see people and our worthy veterans under the VA getting much better deals on their drugs than all of the seniors in America. Why? Because the VA was negotiating for prices and Medicare was banned from negotiating. So we opened that up for at least 10 drugs in the first year, drugs like Xarelto and Eliquis and Januvia and Jardiance, big drugs with big populations of people that use them. And we got that negotiation started during the last administration, and we're able to get some remarkable savings, but there should be many more savings. And these are supposed to be negotiated 15 more drugs and 15 more drugs and 15 more drugs. And I can tell you right now, I'm watching to make sure that happens. But there could be a lot more we could do on the front of pharmaceuticals and many other areas of health care. But instead, the least we can do right now is make sure that people are going to end up bankrupt when small farm bankruptcy is at a 5-year high right now, who live in rural areas. We're asking our colleagues to come to the table. We're asking the Republicans in the House of Representatives to return to work so that they aren't outnumbered by a bunch of statues that have been sitting there for 100 years in the rotunda. We'd like the real representatives to come back and join us in negotiating to end the shutdown, which is what we want, but also to do something to help Americans with their health care. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Colorado.
Mr. President, this really is a turning point for our country, and a turning point in our fight to make health care more accessible for all Americans. For the first time in 6 years, the government is shut down. And certainly nobody wanted to get to this point, including me. But we're here for one reason, because the MAGA Republicans shut down the government because they refused to address the health care crisis that they've created. Earlier this summer, the administration passed their, what we call the Big Bad Betrayal Act, as we call it, at a time when Americans are begging for financial relief. They were stripped of the health care, faced with the loss of health care for 15 million people. That's right. The MAGA Republicans have gutted more than $1 trillion over the next 10 years from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, health care that literally millions of Americans rely on. And we're not just talking years in the future, it starts this month. At the end of this
year, the Affordable Care Act's tax credits will expire unless Republicans act now to extend them. If they don't, and they are clearly divided on this issue, premiums across the country, on average, are going to double starting next year. As a little perspective, that means many Coloradans will pay over $1,000 more for health care in 2026 than they did in 2025. Now, insurance companies are just starting to notify Americans about these massive cost increases. And you talk about a kick in the gut. When I was governor, we expanded health care to 400,000 Coloradans with help from the ACA tax credits. We got to 96% coverage for Coloradans to have health care. MAGA Republicans want to undo that progress, and we shouldn't let that happen. It doesn't end there. The budget bill is the centerpiece of a much broader campaign to strip health care coverage away from millions and millions of Americans. The moment the president took office, MAGA Republicans essentially handed him and Secretary Kennedy a free pass to attempt to dismantle our public health care system and to destroy much of the science-backed public health policy. Now, what exactly did they do? Well, the president and RFK Jr. fired every single member of the CDC's independent panel on vaccines and replaced them with vaccine skeptics, people that really didn't believe too much in the value of vaccines. Then when the president's own CDC director voiced her opposition, they fired her too. Now that puppet panel completely changed the COVID vaccine recommendations for Americans. Now folks across the country are struggling to figure out whether they can get a vaccine at the pharmacy and what it's going to cost. The president's first administration oversaw Operation Warp Speed, which developed the first COVID vaccines in what was almost a miraculously rapid time frame. But now he's actively undermining that same science. It's astounding. Reproductive health care, they're gutting that too. Again, back when I was governor in Colorado, we made free and low-cost birth control accessible to every Coloradan. We reduced unwanted pregnancies by almost 60%. Now this administration is doing everything they can to eliminate the last remaining abortion protections. They're threatening access to mifepristone, a medication that's been proven safe and effective for nearly 30 years. On top of that, they've completely given up on things like fighting cancer, slashing hundreds of millions of dollars in cancer-related research grants. That's right, you heard me clearly, cancer. Now we can't even agree that cancer is worth beating. If that wasn't enough, the White House actually reached out, publicized, the president talked to pregnant women, told pregnant women not to trust their doctors, but that they could feel assured that taking Tylenol while you're pregnant would cause autism. They did this without any scientific proof. It's hard to believe that they were telling pregnant women that Tylenol was going to cause autism. It's, in many ways, one large diabolical fear tactic. And it puts the health of so many Americans at risk. And we can't let it continue, which really brings us to this showdown. We're asking for this administration to negotiate and to take basic action to restore health care to Americans. MAGA Republicans I think they should be thanking us for giving them an off-ramp to undo the horrendous cuts that are going to ruin people's lives, real lives. It will cost people their lives. So far, no one seems to be listening, but here's what's at stake if we don't hold our ground. I recently, a couple weeks ago, visited a nursing home in Lakewood, Colorado. Now, many Americans don't know this, but Medicaid covers the cost of roughly 60% of residents in nursing homes across the country. At the facility I visited in Lakewood, over 90% of the residents are there because of Medicaid. I sat in a circle surrounded by residents, some with disabilities, and their caregivers, all trying to understand what these cuts meant for their health, for their lives. One resident told me point blank that Medicaid saved his life. He said he would still be living on the streets without it because the cost of his epilepsy medication was far too high. His health care, his medication, the roof over his head is now under threat with these cuts coming to Medicaid. This is a very sobering truth. If you're a single adult in Colorado, you don't even qualify for Medicaid. You'll be making too much to qualify for Medicaid if you earn more than $1,735 a month. That is $10 an hour. If you make more than $10 an hour, you don't qualify for Medicaid. So you've got to be working, and you've got to make less than $10 an hour. Pretty easy to verify, and creating the red tape and bureaucracy to get at these mythical cases of abuse, it defies rational thought. The president's big ugly bill doesn't just put a $1 trillion hole in health care, but it creates mountains of paperwork and endless reams of red tape. It creates challenges for people with disabilities, and people making $10 an hour are going to have a real hard time navigating. And if they fill out a form incorrectly or they don't turn it in on time, they get something wrong, they'll get kicked right off of health care. It's immoral. It's inhumane. This is what Medicaid is for, to make sure Americans get the care they need to stay alive, to keep shelter over their heads when they need around-the-clock care. All of it's under threat. Take one look on social media and you'll see why the White House and MAGA are trying to make this into one big joke. It's a carnival of jokes. But they can't avoid the suffering and the fear that their actions are causing. Americans elected the president because he promised to fight for the people who slipped through the cracks. But he's turning the very ground they stand on into quicksand. MAGA Republicans have passed a bill to take health care from 15 million Americans. Americans with cancer, sick kids, people living in nursing homes. With the money they saved, they gave trillion-dollar tax breaks, in many cases to the wealthiest of Americans and to the largest of corporations. Now, hundreds of rural hospitals and clinics are at risk of closure. Millions of Americans are going to be uninsured. Many of them have pre-existing conditions, which will make them getting insurance again nearly impossible. And they're going to be faced with health care premiums that will be doubling. And that's for literally millions of Coloradans, or millions of Americans. And we're not talking decades in the future. We're talking about next month when these premiums go up. By November 1st, Coloradans on the marketplace plans that they get from the healthcare exchange, they'll be getting the terrifying news, the alert, from the insurance company that their premiums are about to increase. What we're being told is that some Colorado families are going to see price tags $1,000 a month higher than what their normal payments were. Democrats are fighting for one thing, to protect the essential care that millions of Americans rely on every single day. It's about making sure that moms and dads, little kids, grandparents, newborn babies don't fall through the trillion-dollar hole that MAGA has created in our healthcare system. Let's work together, let's reopen the government and protect the healthcare for the people of this country. We'll be waiting and ready at the negotiating table. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back the floor.
President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I think there is a tendency in this place, but probably in the country writ large, to compartmentalize each news cycle, to get outraged by every new contest to free speech or to the rule of law or to the power of Congress, but to really never see the full picture. Yesterday's assault on a particular democratic norm is forgotten, and we just wake up the next day to some
new outrage. And I know that when people like me start talking about creeping authoritarianism in America, a lot of my Republican colleagues tune out. They think it's hyperbole or just politics. But I think it's time for all of us, Republicans and Democrats, to really step back and come to terms with the full picture of what is happening right now in America. I know that there are many Republicans in this chamber who are not ready to give up on democracy. But there are a group of radicals surrounding the president who have convinced him to operationalize a plan that is designed to try to crush political opposition and dissent in this country. When democracies die, sometimes it's in a coup, sometimes it's through violence, sometimes it's the occupation of the Parliament building, sometimes it's the cancellation of elections. But normally, that's not how democracies wither and vanish. In countries that have lost healthy democracy, normally what happens is that over time, the regime, the party in power, just contracts the space for dissent, for speech, for political opposition, such that while elections still happen, the opposition party can never win. The rules get rigged, essentially, so that the party in power never, ever loses. That is the plan. That is what President Trump and the radicals around him are trying to do to America. I know that many of my colleagues aren't on board for this plan, but I worry that many of my colleagues refuse to see it in its totality because they deal with one outrage at a time. They justify one assault at a time without seeing the full scope of it. We aren't on the verge of an authoritarian takeover. We are in the middle of it. Now, it's not a fait accompli. It is not certain to be successful. But if we aren't clear-eyed about what is happening, then we have no chance to arrest it. If my Republican colleagues don't force themselves to pull back and see the totality of what is happening to the political opposition, it's hard to see because it's not happening to you. It's happening to your colleagues. You're not in jeopardy of being arrested. My colleagues are. Your allies are not being taken down off the air. Ours are. If we don't all pull back and see this for what it is, we will wake up and there will be a day where our democracy is gone. And so I want to talk to my colleagues today about the totality of this plan. And it really happens in 5 steps. The first step is to convert the justice system into a political witch hunt operation. Every totalitarian relies on the justice system to punish dissent, but also to immunize illegality for loyalists. That's the deal you get in a totalitarian state. If you speak out against the government, well, then the legal system comes crashing down on you. But if you are loyal to the government, then you can get away with crimes. We are seeing this at scale right now. The indictment of James Comey for no crime. Not a single prosecutor in that office in Virginia would sign the indictment, not a single one, until President Trump sent his personal lawyer to take over that office, because only she would sign the indictment. We see this in the arrests that are being readied for at least one Democratic senator, for the Soros family, for the Attorney General of New York. for behavior that is not criminal, for behavior that apparently, reportedly, has been engaged in by plenty of other people. But you also see it in the way that it ultimately plays out in a very quiet way. The goal here is not to arrest everybody that opposes Donald Trump. The idea here is to just put enough fear into the ranks of those who might speak truth to power that they stay quiet. And it's undoubtedly happening. There are undoubtedly people in this country who see what is being threatened to Senator Schiff, what has happened to James Comey, and they have just decided to remain silent. This is a tried and true tactic of a totalitarian state, is that they threaten people with arrest if they speak up, and lots of people just decide not to speak up in the first place. But what also happens is that if you are loyal to the regime, you get away with crimes. See what happened to the mayor of New York, Eric Adams. He allegedly had committed a crime. He had committed significant corruption, but was exonerated by President Trump only after the mayor pledged his political loyalty to the president. In fact, one of the president's representatives and the mayor went on television to essentially publicly do the handshake. Loyalty from the mayor to the president, an exoneration of corruption from the government to the mayor. This is how totalitarian regimes control speech. They punish through the legal system dissent. They immunize corruption amongst those who are loyal. The second part of the plan is to eliminate free press and replace it with state-run media. Now, I don't know that I'd go so far to say that we have state-run media in the United States yet, but there is an attempt underway to try to use the vast regulatory powers of the administration to censor media. And again, the administration isn't hiding it. They are going on TV and celebrating the fact that in the latest instance, they threatened to pull the licenses of TV stations that didn't take off the air one of the president's loudest critics. But we also see it through the consolidation of media into the hands of allies of the president. One family that has just taken control of a major media group that owns, amongst other properties, CBS, is looking to also take control of CNN and may have an ownership stake and a control stake in TikTok. That family has shown a willingness to censor content, pulling Stephen Colbert off the air, and to put in place essentially Trump-approved censors for their future news content. So you get to state-run media not necessarily through the state owning and operating media, but by the state using its regulatory powers, its control of licenses and mergers, to make clear to the billionaire class that they can own media, that they can make a lot of money off of media, but only if it propagates Trump's narrative and suppresses criticism. It's happening right now. We're watching it happen. The third step in the plan is to militarize law enforcement. The deployment of the military to Chicago and to Portland, to Los Angeles, is illegal. It is illegal. But it is designed to try to, once again, quell dissent and protest. This isn't about public safety. This is about political intimidation. And you're just naive if you think that folks aren't going to be a little bit less interested in showing up at a protest if they're worried about getting roughed up by law enforcement. You are naive to think that there isn't an impact on speech when the military is patrolling your streets. The signal that is being sent is that if you speak up in opposition to this president, you are going to be greeted by troop deployments and tear gas and military helicopters. The fourth step in this plan is seizing control of government spending and taxation. And here is where I fail to understand why there isn't bipartisan agreement, why we don't join hands. Our founding fathers saw what the British king did, using taxation and spending in order to compel loyalty to the crown, in order to punish the colonists when they rose up in defense of their rights. And so when they wrote the Constitution, they deliberately put the spending and taxation powers not in the hands of the executive, but in the hands of Congress, where every faction is represented. Thus, this body is in a position to broadly protect the rights of all people. Trump is seizing spending power from us, canceling grants unilaterally, most recently, brazenly deciding to refuse to spend money only in the states represented by Democrats. The day after the shutdown began, they announced that they were first suspending billions of dollars worth of projects in just one city, New York City, not coincidentally represented by the Democratic leader in the House and the Senate. And then hours after, they released a list of canceled energy projects. They listed the states that they were being canceled, and every single one of those states was represented by 2 Democratic senators. Everybody knew what was happening. It was an effort to use the spending power seized by the executive to punish representatives of the people who oppose the president politically. And then the fifth part of the plan is to rig the rules when the rules don't work for you. This is happening in the way that President Trump is going state by state and demanding that congressional lines be redrawn in the middle of a 10-year cycle in which traditionally we leave lines as they are. Why? He's, again, been totally honest and transparent about it. He just wants more Republicans elected. Even if the majority of people in a particular state favor Democrats, he wants the lines drawn in a way that would elect more Republicans to Congress. Now, in this case, it's of course forced Democratic states to do the same, but it was Donald Trump that started this cycle of changing the rules in order to make sure that his party stays in power, that he stays in power no matter how unpopular he gets. You see the same thing happening with respect to the control of information. Totalitarian states, they can't accept truth. They can't accept truth, so they try to destroy truth. Well, that's what Donald Trump is doing by banning reporters from the White House that don't toe the Trump or MAGA line. That's what they're doing in saying to reporters at the Department of Defense, you can't report on military operations unless you are given pre-approval. That's what happened to the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. When the labor statistics showed that the economy wasn't good, that guy got fired and replaced by somebody who would issue fake numbers that made the economy look better. You convert the justice system so that it pursues your political enemies and exonerates your political loyalists for crimes. You eliminate the free press and you replace it with a state-run or state-influenced media. You militarize law enforcement. You seize control of government spending and taxation. You rig the rules of democracy in your favor. You can't see the indictment of Comey, the cancellation of Kimmel, the troops in Chicago as different events. They are all part of the same story. They are all part of a plan, a well thought out plan to try to destroy American democracy and create a new set of rules that will allow Trump and his allies to rule forever. I know this sounds extreme. It is. But if you connect the dots, if you allow yourself to see the whole story, the totality of this story, you will see the grave danger that we are in. I know that it's often easiest for all of us, but probably especially for supporters of the president who still support democracy, to just assume the best instead of assuming the worst, or to just kind of close the door and batten down the hatches until the storm leaves town. But think about how we will feel if this 250-year democratic experiment disappears on our watch, and we didn't do all we could as a body and as a citizenry, simply because we didn't want to face the hard reality. The authoritarian takeover isn't coming. It's here. We're in the middle of it. But it is not too late for everybody to see it and for us to stop it. I yield the floor.
President,
The Democratic whip.
are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today, for the first time since her confirmation earlier this year, Attorney General Pam Bondi appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee to answer for her tenure in the office of the Attorney General for this calendar year. From the outset, the Attorney General was not apparently happy to be there. She ducked many questions, and I think she believed we wouldn't notice. We did. In her opening statement, the Attorney General said, quote, that playing politics with law enforcement powers, as she claims previous administrations have, will go down as a historic betrayal of public trust. And that, quote, this is the kind of conduct that shatters the American people's faith in our law enforcement system. That's interesting coming from an Attorney General who, over the course of 8 very long months, has presided over exactly such a betrayal of public trust. The Attorney General has systematically weaponized the Department of Justice, turning it into a shield to protect President Trump and his allies and a sword to attack his opponents. She has made clear that her loyalties lie first and foremost with the President, not with the Constitution. And in doing so, she effectively has shut down justice at the Department of Justice even before the party controlling the White House, Senate, and House of Representatives shut down the government. Last week on the Senate floor and in the wake of the federal indictment against former FBI Director James Comey that was ordered by President Trump expressly, I warned of the dangers posed by weaponizing the Justice Department in a political fashion. A president enabled by people like this Attorney General, who can warp the Department of Justice and FBI into a personal police force to target his enemies, can turn it against ordinary Americans too. And unfortunately, the city of Chicago, which I'm proud to represent, is feeling that today. In an especially egregious instance in the city's South Shore neighborhood last Tuesday night, hundreds of armed federal agents rappelled from Black Hawk helicopters and swarmed an apartment building in the South Shore area. This made-for-movies entrance was into a building which apparently the ICE agents knew little about the occupants. ICE rampaged through the building, breaking down doors, rousting people out of bed, rounding up the residents without cause, detaining many with zip ties, including women and children. When one of the ICE agents was confronted with the children, he said, "F them kids." Detaining not just immigrants, but U.S. citizens for hours on end with no justification isn't fighting crime. It's cruel and it's un-American. Attorney General Bondi's Justice Department has defended this dubious legal basis for federal deployments in Illinois and diverted Department of Justice personnel and their components to assist with these efforts. So today, many of us pushed her for answers. I asked her if anyone at the White House consulted her about the National Guard deployments to Chicago and other cities. She refused to answer that she'd even had a conversation with the White House about their justification for sending hundreds of National Guard troops into the city of Chicago. I asked what secret the Attorney General was trying to hide from the American people, who deserve to know the legitimate, legal rationale deploying American military to our cities. She responded by attempting to blame Democrats for the Republican shutdown and attacking me for not loving Chicago as much as I hate President Trump. That was a quote. I've been a member of the Judiciary Committee for 20 years plus. Never have I encountered a witness from any other administration of either political party responding to legitimate questions with personal attacks. She had a personal attack crafted for each one of the senators and thought she was getting the best of us. But that kind of unserious response is what we've come to expect from Trump administration officials, whose priority is loyalty, not the rule of law. If DOJ is serious about reducing crimes, they would work in conjunction with state and local leaders to implement evidence-based policies that do drive down violence. But the fact is that this administration actually cares more about spreading fear into the hearts of our communities and catering to the vengeful whims of President Trump and Steve Miller. It's political theater with an immense human price tag. I also asked Attorney General about the Epstein client list she wouldn't touch it. She said in February publicly that the client list was, quote, sitting on her desk. Well, it's October, and the American people are still waiting for answers on this. She refused today to provide any information about this list. And we know why. A few months ago, a credible whistleblower told my office that FBI agents were instructed to flag any mention of President Trump in the files for Mr. Epstein. If true, that's not law enforcement, that's political protection. So I pressed her again today for more information to be made public. She refused. Mr. President, what we saw in today's hearing was an Attorney General unwilling, maybe unable, to defend what has happened in her department. Whether it's the Epstein files, Chicago immigration raids, sweetheart deals for Trump allies, or the mass purging of career law enforcement, her silence tells a story. Saying, quote, I'm not going to discuss this with you, may have worked today, but one day she'll need to answer for her conduct in this role, and she'll need to defend her record, one that saw the dismantling of the Department of Justice for political purposes on her watch. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Utah.
Mr. President, the story of America is the story of a people who looked upon the West and saw promise. Where others saw wilderness, Americans saw a future. They dammed rivers that had flowed ungoverned since creation, mined mountains that had defied the reach of man, and turned harsh plains into fields that would feed a continent. From that audacity came a republic that could feed itself, power itself, and then, when tested, defend itself. The Federal Land Policy and Management Act, known commonly as FLPMA, enshrined this principle of multiple use and sustained yield for federal lands. It codified the promise that the land belongs to the people and ought, therefore, to serve them. Its promise was plural: energy, grazing, recreation, timber, conservation, each coexisting with the others in balanced and productive harmony. The law does not permit federal officials to choose one purpose to the exclusion of all the rest. It demands balance, and it demands use in particular. But the Biden administration's clerics of the Green New scam disregarded that agreement, struck nearly a half century ago. They preferred a museum to a nation, an America under glass, admired but untouchable. Under their edicts, vast stretches of land, millions upon millions of acres, have been sealed off from the citizens who built their livelihoods upon them. In Montana, North Dakota, and Alaska, communities that have mined, grazed, and worked for generations are now treated as trespassers in their own story. Their supposed crime is self-reliance, hardly something we should be seeking to punish. Their punishment is unemployment. The Senate now faces 3 resolutions that would help restore the balance. Each disapproves of a Biden administration decision that violated the multiple-use mandate of FLPMA and locked away public land from productive Americans, contrary to FLPMA's promise. In Montana, for example, the Miles City Resource Management Plan barred future coal leasing across nearly 2 million acres, erasing access to 338 million tons of clean domestic coal. In North Dakota, more than 4 million acres of federal coal reserves were closed, nearly 99% of the reserves available in that state. And in Alaska, the Central Yukon Resource Management Plan imposed new restrictions on 56 million acres of land, including millions of acres newly labeled as quote-unquote areas of critical environmental concern. One of the great trick plays used by the left in order to bring about de facto wilderness or de facto monument designations without actually having to go through the process that the relevant laws would require. Joe Biden's bureaucrats rode over the voices of those who actually live near that land and live with the consequences of these bad decisions. And the results were predictable: higher costs, lost jobs, and deeper dependence on nations that, to put it mildly, do not wish us well. Every shuttered mine, every idled rig is an act of self-imposed amnesia, a willful type of forgetting of what made America both prosperous and free. Now, luckily, President Trump and Secretary Burgum are correcting that course. They're returning resource management plans to their proper role under the law. That is, to manage the land responsibly and keep it working for the American people, the intended beneficiaries of those lands. The Congressional Review Act allows us, mercifully, to repeal these unlawful plans and restore the statutory balance Congress intended and Congress, in fact, created with the Congressional Review Act. When these resolutions of disapproval take effect, after they've been passed and signed into law by President Trump, the Bureau of Land Management will still have the necessary environmental analysis to issue new resource management plans that are consistent with the law and the clear intent of Congress. Plans that open access where it was previously closed, respect local voices that were previously ignored and bring federal management back within its legal bounds. That is how the process should work. That's how it's supposed to work. Under the law as written, it's how it does work. It's at least how it always should have worked, but didn't work under the Biden administration, like so many other things. Now, Republicans are defending the right of a free people here, the right of a free people to power their own future, to determine their own course. Democrats are still genuflecting before the altar of the Green New scam, clinging to their faith in their false hope that if only Americans grow poorer, the planet will somehow grow purer. And in that same spirit of self-righteous delusion, this week, Democrats are yet again bringing forth a measure to denounce President Trump for declaring an energy emergency. It's a gesture so unserious, it would be comical if it weren't so dangerous. At the very moment when the world is entering an energy race that will decide who commands the engines of artificial intelligence and all that go along with it, who manufactures the tools of war, and who will feed and defend their people, Democrats have instead chosen to strike a pose. They're congratulating themselves for denying the existence of the fire while standing in the smoke and holding the matches. Theirs are the politics of aesthetic virtue. Better to be cold and appear righteous than to be warm and competent. But the American people, fortunately, are not fools. They understand that we can no longer afford to pad the pockets of Democratic allies propping up unreliable industries that cannot, no matter how hard Democrats wish it were otherwise, they cannot keep the lights on, while punishing the workers and the communities that can, and will, if only we will allow it, without undue interference from the U.S. government. These resolutions to overturn the reckless Biden-era land plans are part of that larger defense. They would restore lawful management to public lands, honor the voices of those who live nearest to them and are therefore most directly affected by them, and keep faith with the law Congress enacted. Mr. President, nations that lose their memory soon lose their nerve. The same spirit that split the Rockies and bridged the Golden Gate cannot be reconciled with a bureaucracy that measures virtue by paralysis. America, in short, was not built by those who made idols of the land, but by those who worked it, and in so doing, ennobled both themselves and it. We cannot continue to bow to the Ashtoreth of climate alarmism and bow to the Moloch of eco-terrorism and pretend that that is going to work out well for America. Americans know better. Rewinding these management plans will not desecrate the environment, far from it, but they will deliver. They will deliver it from an orthodoxy that mistakes idleness for piety, reminding us that liberty, like the land itself, withers when left untouched. It's therefore with all the energy, enthusiasm that I'm capable of communicating that I invite my colleagues to do the right thing, to vote for these resolutions of disapproval, and to right the gross wrong that has been inflicted on the American people, particularly Americans in and around the states affected by these ill-designed, ill-conceived resource management plans. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Montana.
Mr. President, today the Senate will vote to proceed to my joint resolution to congressionally disapprove and officially roll back President Biden's anti-coal rule in Montana. H.J. Res. 104 is supported by the entire Montana delegation. And I want to thank Congressman Downing and Congressman Zinke for leading this resolution in the House, and for Senator Sheehy for joining me in the Senate. And this resolution is supported by many Montanans, starting with the governor of Montana, Governor Greg Gianforte, the mayor of Colstrip, Montana, the Montana Coal Council, the Montana Electric Co-ops, Northwestern Energy, local counties, both of the affected coal mines, and many, many more, and I will tell you, many, many more coal miners. I want to explain quickly what we are doing here today. Today we will take the first step in overturning the Miles City Resource Management Plan amendment that prohibits any new coal leasing in eastern Montana. Let me be very clear. This resolution only overturns the anti-coal amendment that was issued by the Biden administration after the last election in the final days of their term. None of the actions taken today affect the underlying Miles City Resource Management Plan or how the BLM manages recreation, conservation, and other energy developments in the state. Future coal development will be managed under the existing resource management plan as it had for years before Biden slipped in at the last hour this amendment. Now, why is this important to Montana? The Biden amendment prohibits all new coal leasing across all of eastern Montana. Eastern Montana and Wyoming are home to the Powder River Basin. These are the largest coal reserves in the United States. Many who are watching, when you think about Montana, you think about our amazing fly fishing streams, our national parks, our beautiful mountains, our wilderness areas, the tremendous hunting and hiking opportunities we provide. But many don't know that Montana has more recoverable coal than any state in the United States. And think about this, the Biden administration prohibited new coal development in America's largest coal reserve. BLM's resource management plans are meant to be a bipartisan process, taking in feedback from people on the ground and implementing the multiple use mission of the BLM. But sadly, the Biden administration tried to pull a fast one. They took this process, flipped it on its face, and they disregarded the voices of Montana. Well, I can tell you here this afternoon, the voices of Montana are speaking loudly with a united Montana delegation both here in Washington as well as Montanans back home in the state, and we are going to right that wrong today. We're going to give Montana a voice in the process. Overturning this partisan rule will grow Montana energy jobs and help our rural communities. In fact, according to the Montana Coal Council, coal supports nearly 900 high-paying jobs in Montana and has provided $2.7 billion in federal, state, private, and tribal royalties. And in a letter from Montana's Governor Greg Gianforte, he states this Biden rule amounts to a loss of $4.3 billion in future revenue to the state trust land beneficiaries, which includes K through 12 public education. This is a monumental moment for the state of Montana. I'm thrilled this is being considered today on the floor of the United States Senate, and I urge my colleagues to support Montana jobs, Montana communities, reliable and low-cost energy, and to vote yes on today's motion.
The senator from Arkansas.
I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, it be in order for the majority leader or his designee to make motions to proceed to H.J. Res. 104, H.J. Res. 105, and H.J. Res. 106, respectively, if the Senate companion measure has been discharged from committee, and for Senator Schiff or his designee to make a motion to discharge S.J. Res. 83.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the nominations.
If there's no further debate, the question is on the nomination on block. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester. Mr. Booker. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Thanks. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey,
Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Cassidy, Kramer, Cruz, Daines, Hoeven, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Marshall, Mullen, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Blunt Rochester, Hickenlooper, Kane, Murphy, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Which, Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Baldwin, Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye.
Do I have to do that 107 times?
Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Miss Rosen, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mrs. Cappuccio, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. King, no. Miss Hirono, no. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Shipp, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Justice, aye.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session, be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
The Democratic leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to legislative session, be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to... Oh, that's Thune.
He did it
I used to do that. I move to proceed to calendar 167S2882.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 167S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
Motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 167S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I withdraw my motion to proceed.
The senator has that right. The motion is withdrawn.
Mr. President,
The majority leader.
I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to H.J. Res. 104.
The question is on the motion.
I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Sir. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett.
I should vote yes.
Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, thank you. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice.
Did you get my no vote? Great, thank you.
Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith,
Yes, I was happy. Very happy.
Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Deans, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 50, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
HJ Res 104, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Miles City Field Office, Record of Decision, and Approved Resource Management Plan Amendment.
President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Madam President, we are now approaching day 7 of the government shutdown. The Republicans control the House, they control the Senate, they control the White House, they run the government, and they have the responsibility to keep the government open. And in that light, it might be a good idea, a radical idea, but in the midst of the crises that we are facing, it really might be nice for Speaker Johnson to actually bring House members back to Washington after their 18-day vacation. The American people are nervous about this shutdown. Federal employees are deeply disturbed. People are frightened. Republicans in the House should return to work. Madam President, as we all know, Senate rules require a 60-vote majority in order to pass a budget, 60 votes. And that means that passing a budget requires bipartisan support. That is why decades ago, the rules were established. It is very rare that one party has more than 60 votes. So if you need 60 votes, it means that you have to compromise, you have to negotiate. When Democrats were in power, they had to work with Republicans to get the 60 votes. When Republicans in the past were in power, they had to work with Democrats to get the 60 votes. That's the way it worked. But not now. This time around, the Republicans have refused to negotiate. Basically, what they are saying is it is their way or the highway. Take it or leave it. So, Madam President, within that context of Republicans refusing to negotiate, what is this shutdown about? What are the major issues that separate the parties? Well, it is not complicated. Madam President, as everybody in America knows, our healthcare system today is broken, it is dysfunctional, it is cruel. We are the wealthiest country in the history of the world, but we are the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. And in fact, our health care outcomes are worse in most cases than other major countries. It is a broken system. Today, in the richest country on earth, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. And that results in some 60,000 Americans dying every single year unnecessarily because they can't afford to go to a doctor. We pay the highest prices in the world for health care. It is unbelievable and unsustainable. We are now spending over $14,000 for every man, woman, and child. When you throw in Medicare, Medicaid, employer-covered health care, individual costs, over $14,000. That is insane, almost twice as much as other countries around the world. We pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. 1 out of 4 Americans can't afford to go and fill the prescription their doctors write. In America today, in our great country, we don't have enough doctors. People all over America, in Vermont, all over America, have to wait months to get in to see a specialist. We don't have enough nurses, massive nursing shortage. We don't have enough dentists. We don't have enough mental health counselors. And our life expectancy, how long we live, is substantially lower than other major countries, despite the fact that we spend so much more. Now, given that reality, given that our healthcare system is broken, one might think that the issue we are debating today is how do we improve it? How do we make sure that in America we appreciate health care as a human right, which it is? How do we guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child in a cost-effective way? In my view, that is moving toward a Medicare for all single-payer system. Other people got ideas, bring them forward. Health care is a human right. But that is not the debate we are having now. The debate we are having now is not how we improve a broken healthcare system, but how we prevent a broken healthcare system from becoming even worse. And I will tell you, Madam President, as the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, somebody who has studied this issue for a while, I fear very much that if we do not stop Trump's attack on the American healthcare system, the entire system could collapse. We are on the verge of that right now. People can't afford health care. People can't find doctors. People can't find mental health counselors. People can't afford prescription drugs. We have a drug epidemic. We are on the verge of collapse. Madam President, what this debate is about in Florida and Vermont and all over this country is if Republicans get their way and if Democrats cave in, health insurance premiums will double for over 20 million people on the Affordable Care Act. Yes, you heard right. 20 million people will see a doubling of their health care premiums. You can't afford health care now? Of course you can't. It's outrageously high. That's not Bernie Sanders talking. That is the Kaiser Family Foundation study. That is one of the most conservative members, Republican members of the House, Marjorie Taylor Greene, making that point. A doubling of health insurance premiums. Does any member of the United States Senate want to go home to their district and explain why you're going to double premiums? But it's not just raising the outrageous cost of health care in America even higher. As a result of Trump's big, beautiful bill, 15 million Americans are going to be thrown off of the health care they have because Trump and the Republicans made the largest cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act in American history. And let us be very clear. These cuts not only impact 15 million Americans, that would be a tragedy unto itself. They will devastate nursing homes. Right now, the situation of nursing homes in Vermont, and I expect many other states in this country, is a disaster. They are understaffed. Nursing homes in an aging society are shutting down. Where will people who are old and can't take care of themselves, who are disabled, what happens to them if the nursing home industry collapses in America? Community health centers, something that I've worked on for many years to increase funding. Over 32 million people access community health centers. They provide primary health care, dental care, mental health counseling, lower-cost prescription drugs. They will suffer enormously, cut back on services, perhaps shut down, because of that legislation, if we do not deal with that. Rural hospitals, Republicans say, oh, we put $50 billion into rural hospitals. Yeah, but you cut $150 billion. And all over this country, rural hospitals are teetering on the edge. Many of them have already closed down over the years. So you live in a rural America, state of Vermont, you want a hospital nearby? Well, that hospital may not be there. Now, why did Trump and the Republicans make these massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act? And the answer is not complicated. It was important for them to provide $1 trillion to the top 1%. $1 trillion. Massive cuts to health care, trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. No. So let me make the very radical suggestion that Elon Musk, who is now worth some $500 billion, does not need another tax break. Today, we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had in the history of America. Musk himself owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households. Top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. Never before have we seen such income and wealth disparity. Republicans said we're going to massively cut Medicaid, ACA, in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in America. But the issue that we are debating, Madam President, is not just health care, as enormously important as that is. What we are talking about is whether we are going to allow our country to move toward an authoritarian society run by a president who is a megalomaniac, who wants more and more power in his own hands, who does not respect the rule of law or the Constitution of the United States of America. It is not acceptable to me that our president is putting federal troops on city streets throughout America without a request from a governor or a mayor, trying to create provocations, trying to create disturbances so we could use military force against the American people. Madam President, we cannot allow masked ICE agents to snatch people off of our streets without due process. We cannot continue to allow President Trump to undermine the Constitution and the rule of law by refusing to spend money appropriated by Congress. Unbelievable. President says, well, money was appropriated to states which committed the terrible crime. You know what their crime was? They voted against Donald Trump. And in this world right now, I guess if a state votes against Trump, maybe you're not going to get the federal money that was appropriated, whether it's Vermont, New York, New Jersey, other states. Is that really what the United States of America is about? A president say, you vote against me, you're not going to get your tax dollars back in federal investments. Madam President, according to every poll that I have seen, the American people, by huge numbers, do not want to see a doubling of their health care premiums. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, 78% of Americans, including 59% of Republicans, want to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, and the polling numbers are equally high, or almost as high, to making sure that people are not thrown off of Medicaid. Tony Fabrizio, who is President Trump's own pollster, it's not just the general pollster, he's the pollster for the president. This is what he said, quote, by broad bipartisan margins, voters want to see the ACA tax credits extended rather than expire at the end of the year, whether in the context of premiums doubling or 5 million families losing their health insurance. This includes solid majorities of Trump voters and swing voters, end quote. That is the Republican pollster. Right now in the House, to the best of my knowledge, there are at least 14 Republicans in a very tightly controlled caucus who want to see the ACA tax credits extended. Here in the Senate, there's at least one Republican senator who understands that in his state, his people cannot afford a doubling of premiums. And my strong feeling is there are many, many other Republicans who are not excited about going home and explaining to their constituents why their premiums are doubling. Madam President, as the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee, I asked people across the country in the last few days what these health care cuts that the Republicans are pushing would mean for them. We just sent out emails, and we've gotten many hundreds of responses. And we asked them, what would a doubling of health care premiums mean to your life and your family? What would it mean if you were one of the 15 million Americans thrown off of health care through cuts in Medicaid? What would it mean to you if the rural hospital near you shut down because of these Medicaid cuts? And in less than a week, we received responses, many hundreds, from 42 states and the District of Columbia. And today, we are releasing a report that describes the devastating human impact of the Republican budget and its massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. And here is just some of what we found. People are afraid that they could get sicker or even die. Laura, I won't give her last name, from Wisconsin said, and I quote, "I live in fear of whether or not I will be able to afford my life-saving treatment. I have a rare kidney disease that requires immunotherapy every 9 months. I am terrified I will die," end quote. And we got a lot of those. People who are dealing with very serious illnesses, who in fact will die. They will die if they cannot afford health insurance, and they will not be able to afford health insurance if their premiums double or if they're thrown off of Medicaid. But it's not just the fear that people will die or get sicker because they lack health care. All over this country, working class Americans will not be able to afford the food they need, pay their rent or their mortgage, or health care. Brittany from Utah writes, quote, "I am already living paycheck to paycheck. I have insurance for myself and my 2 sons, just bought a house that we can barely afford," end of quote. So she's hanging on the edge. She has to pay more for health care. Maybe she loses her house. Sebastian from Colorado writes, quote, "I don't make enough to afford rent and food and health insurance. Only 2 of those things do I need to survive. These cuts make it even more impossible to turn things around and get a handle on health issues," end of quote. In other words, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Today, they can't afford housing. Today, they can't afford child care. Today, they can't afford good quality food for their kids. Today, they can't afford to send their kids to college. Double health care premiums, and these families are going to be in disastrous shape. Cara from Vermont said, quote, she was shocked by the warning about the loss of the advanced federal subsidy. Rather than a premium of $100 a month, I could be paying more than $1,200 a month, or 35% of my income, and that's before deductibles and copays. And by the way, when we talk about a doubling of health insurance premiums, that's on average. Some people will pay less, some people will pay a lot more. Small business owners are concerned they will have to shut down. Joe from Pennsylvania writes, quote, "I'm a small business owner, and if my health care costs continue to rise, I will be forced to close my business and look for a job if I can find one," end quote. Patricia from rural California writes, quote, "If our local clinics and hospitals close, as they are likely to do, with federal funding disappearing, along with health insurance becoming unaffordable, people will die," end quote. She's right. On average, health care premiums will double. But here's what happens when it is not average. If you are living in Virginia, your premiums could go up from less than $650 a month today to nearly $2,200 a month next year. $650 to $2,200. That is not a doubling. It's almost a quadrupling of what you're paying. If you live in Idaho, your premiums could go up from $283 a month to $407 a month. If you live in the state of Georgia, your family could see their premiums go up from $940 a month today to over $4,000 a month. Madam President, at a time when people today cannot afford health care, the idea of doubling, tripling health care premiums is insane. It is unacceptable, and no member of the United States Senate should support that. So, Madam President, no, I am not going to go back to Vermont and tell the people there that I have thrown 15 million Americans off the health care that they have at a time when studies indicate that will mean that tens and tens of thousands of people will die as a result. I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to vote for a health care situation which doubles premiums for 20 million Americans. So, Madam President, we are where we are right now. And the time is now when the United States Congress has got to look beyond their campaign contributors, has got to look behind the oligarchs who fund their campaigns, and have got to begin standing up for ordinary Americans. Our job is to improve a broken health care system and guarantee health care to all. Our job is not to throw 15 million people off health care and double premiums for more than 20 million, to shutter nursing homes, community health centers, and rural hospitals. The choice is clear. Let us stand with the American people. Thank you. I would yield the floor.
No worries.
Senator from Wyoming.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that, notwithstanding Rule 22, at a time to be determined by the majority leader, following consultation with the Democratic leader, no later than Friday, October 31st, it be in order to discharge the Committee on Finance of S.J. Res. 77 and S.J. Res. 81 individually, and when discharged, the Senate proceed to its consideration. Further, that there be up to 6 hours for debate only on each joint resolution, with the time equally divided between the leaders or their designees, and that following the use or yielding back of that time, each joint resolution be considered read a third time, and the Senate vote on the resolution.
Without objection.
Madam President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
Clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S2983, a bill to reauthorize the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act of 2015.
Madam President, I now ask for a second reading. And in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection is heard. The bill will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en blanc consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk: S-Res 440 and S-Res 441.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the resolutions en blanc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en blanc.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table, all en blanc.
Without objection.
Madam President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, October 8th, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of H.J. Res. 104. Further, that all time on H.J. Res. 104 be expired at 11:20 a.m. tomorrow, the joint resolution be read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the joint resolution. Finally, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motion with respect to Executive Calendar number 459 ripen at 2:15 p.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
Madam President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.